May I please the court, my lady? Morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Eliseo, may you please place the matter on record? Morning, Mr. Makhura.
Morning, my lady. I'm sorry, I was still sorting out my.
All right, no, that's fine. You can go ahead.
Computer, but I'm assisted now. I'm fine. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Eliseo, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Today is Wednesday, the 24th of May, 2023, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning. I see we've got an honorable guest here today, Mr. Makhura. How are you this morning?
Good morning, my lady. I am okay.
Okay. Please put your place your full names on record.
My name is Malemola David Makhura.
Eliseo, may you then proceed to administer the oath?
Thank you, Judge. Do you have any objections against taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Makhura.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mr. Makhura.
Good morning, Counsel.
Mr. Makhura, it is a matter of public knowledge that you were elected into office as Premier of Gauteng Provincial Government in May 2014. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct, Counsel. I was elected precisely on the 21st of May 2014 and became the 6th Premier of Gauteng.
And that was the 5th administration?
The 5th administration.
And you can outline to us what you did immediately after that in respect of appointment of the executive?
On the 23rd of May, I appointed members of the Executive Council in the province of Gauteng. I did so in line with Section 132 of the Constitution, and read together with Section 125. Council, if I may just make reference specifically to the executive authority that the Constitution vests in me and the Executive Council in Section 125, subsection 1, it says the executive authority of a province is vested in the Premier of that province. Subsection 2 says the Premier exercises the executive authority together with the other members of the Executive Council by implementing provincial legislation in the province. That is B, by implementing all national legislation within the functional areas.
Yeah, that is fine. Sorry, Mr. Sorry to intervene. That is okay. Then I understand that you, after your election, you exercised your constitutional power to appoint members of the executive. And if you look at Section 132, sub 2, it says you assign them powers and functions. So that is in the Constitution. So what I want to know is whether one of the MECs that you appointed was Mr. Dani Mahlangu.
Yes, Council. I appointed her to the portfolio of health in the province, in line with those sections I have referred to.
Yes, so now you have appointed your executive, you have your MECs, you are now ready to run the fifth administration. What I would like to know is whether did you set priorities for your administration? And if so, in brief, what were they?
Well, let me say, Council, that one of the subsections I was referring to, 125, also talks about provincial implementing provincial policy in that subsection. So the priorities that we set, again, are consistent with what the Constitution says. We were running the province in accordance with that. So the Provincial Executive Council went into what is called the ex-Kolokotla once it was appointed. That's what provincial and national governments do in planning session. When at the beginning of the administration, you look at what the program of the entire term of government is going to be. Because South Africa has a party system, it's the manifesto of the governing party, the party that has won the elections, that helps you to set the agenda and the priorities for government. And I would like, in terms of what those priorities are, to refer to the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization program. This was the Gauteng government's fifth administration's program to give effect to the National Development Plan in the specific context of Gauteng province. And those priorities are spelled out along what we call the 10 pillars of the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization program, which are also in one of the slides that is part of the court documents, Council.
If you look at ELA 516, which is the provincial budget process, at page 3.
Come again, Mr. Mkhari. ELA
156.
The page number?
32177. If I direct you to slide number 5, which is at page 32181, which has the 10 pillars, can you go to that page and confirm whether that is what you are referring to?
Yes, Council. So that slide basically represents what this program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, which was the program with very clear priorities for the fifth administration, which I had the honor to lead. Firstly, you will see there in that slide, which was used by the PBC, so that every department comes before the PBC and say, in pursuit of the priorities of this administration as a department, this is what we are going to do. So there are 10 pillars there. You will see under transformation, we've got 4 pillars, what's called the radical economic transformation, essentially to look at the issues of the economy, the decisive spatial transformation to change spatial patterns of apartheid to settle people in an integrated way, accelerated social transformation that has to do specifically with issues of education and health is what this court is looking at. It was one of those areas of priority, one of the pillars, and then the transformation of the state and governance. I wouldn't take you into the modernization pillars and the reindustrialization pillars because of relevance is that accelerated transformation, an aspect of which is healthcare, providing quality healthcare, was one of the priorities of the fifth administration.
You have mentioned PBC, which I understand from what we have heard in this inquest to be the Premier's Budget Council. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
what role does or did the PBC play in giving effect to the priorities that you have outlined?
So having made reference to the executive authorities, the appointment of the Executive Council, the development of provincial policy and the priorities, the next big question for any government is where are the resources to fund this program, to fund these priorities? So Council, in that context, the issue of the budget arises. And in Gauteng province, I inherited a tradition of which we are very proud. The tradition, my predecessors established one of the structures, the substructures or the subcommittees of the Executive Council is what is called the Premier's Budget Council. It's a great innovation. It has worked well for Gauteng. There's previous premiers from Premium Mbazima Shilowa. I can't say if during Premier Sekwale it was there, but for sure I can tell because I had worked with Premier Shilowa. I can tell from there on the Premier's Budget Council had been in place. I inherited it. I knew how it functioned. It focuses on helping the Provincial Executive Council and supporting the MEC for Finance, because the function of developing budget lies with the MEC for Finance. So the PBC, as the terms of reference are also in one of the documents here, its main task is to make sure that the resources are aligned in accordance with the priorities. So look at the budget and say, how are we going to fund this program? How are we going to fund these policies and these priorities? And that's the function of the PBC. That's what it does. It assists to support the Executive Council in ensuring that resources are allocated. So it plays an allocative function, a resource allocation function, in support of the member of the Executive Council responsible for that role and the collective of the Executive Council.
Yes, the terms of reference are ELA 150, page 32090. I'd like you to look at that document and confirm whether those are the terms of reference you have just mentioned.
Can I have the page number again, please?
32090.
Thank you.
Yes, Council, I am confirming that these terms of reference are consistent with what the role of the PBC is, as tabled here. Is precisely this what I call the allocative function to ensure the budget that we have supports the priorities, or the resources that we have or need to mobilize in support of the program to improve the quality of life of the people of Gauteng.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you tell us?
You must limit your witness, otherwise we're going to hear a lot of things, Mr. Mkhari?
Yes, yes, indeed.
Yes, okay.
During your administration, what was the composition of this PBC?
Council, the PBC was first composed of the Premier as the chair of the PBC. Secondly, the MEC for Finance, and I've already explained the important function of the MEC for Finance. And then 3 other MECs in line with the Executive Council system in Gauteng. In addition to the PBC as a subcommittee of the Executive Council, you have 3 clusters of subcommittees: the economic cluster focusing on the economy, you have the social cluster focusing on social transformation, all areas such as education, healthcare, community safety, social cohesion, social development would be under that cluster, and governance. The governance cluster deals with issues of planning and coordination with local and national government, but also accountability and financial management. So those three cluster chairpersons will also be part of the PBC, and then there will be officials. So it's the premier and 4 MECs plus the
officials. Now it's fine. I'm not concerned about the officials, but from the executive side, it will be the premier, it will be MEC Finance, and 3 other members of the provincial executive.
Yes.
Who are chairpersons of the different clusters.
Yes, Council.
Thank you. What we came to understand is that departments are invited from time to time to make presentations to PBC. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Now, it is common cause that on the 26th of November, 2014, the Department of Health was invited to make a presentation to PBC. Do you recall that?
Yes, Council. I recall that very well.
So I'd like to take you to what has been referred to this inquest as the presentation that was made by the Department of Health, and confirm if that is a presentation that indeed was tabled before that meeting. If you can go to page 1692, it is identified as QDM1 in these proceedings, but it was identified at the arbitration as ELA 152.
Let me just check ELA 152.
But I'm referring to the one that has been paginated as 1692 and identified as QDM1. If you do have it in front of you, it's fine. If you have the one written ELA, it's also fine. It is the same document.
I just want you to please give me a minute, Council. I just want to be sure that
the title will be Cost Containment and Revenue Enhancement Measures, Premier Budget Committee, 15th Floor Boardroom, East Wing, 26 November 2014. That will be the face of the first page of that document.
Yes, I have it, Council. I have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, is this the presentation in your recollection which was made by the Department of Health in that meeting of 26 November 2014?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
As you can see, the identification of the document, it says cost containment and revenue enhancement measures. And we can flip through the document in a moment. You'll see it is identified by way of slides at the bottom to the content. It spells out the contents of the document. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
The next page is cost containment. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And the next page, which is slide number 4, is cost containment savings. And the item identified is litigation against the department. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm with you, Council.
And the next page, which is slide 5, it's item Selby Park Clinic, still under the cost containment savings. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Then the next slide, which I would like you to deal with, is slide number 6, page 1697. The item there is Life Esidimeni. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
So can you confirm that this was also one of the presentations that were made by the department in that meeting?
I so confirm.
So let us look at this slide in respect of Life Esidimeni because it is relevant to this inquest on the cost containment savings. You can see under inward-looking savings, what is it that the department presented under this item of inward-looking?
Yes, Councillor.
As it appears on the presentation itself.
Yes, Council, I can see. Should I read it?
Yes.
It says under inward looking, in brackets savings, final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015.
And under outward looking, it seems as if no presentation was made because that is blank. Am I correct?
Yes.
Under potential savings, there was a presentation made there. Can you read what was that presentation?
It says 20% of 251 million per annum currently paid to Life Esidimeni, and then continues to say the original contract was signed with the National Department of Health on the 1st of August, 1979. And in brackets, it says 50.2 million savings.
There was also a presentation on the risks attended there too. And what was presented in respect of the risks?
It says there that that departmental institutions may not have adequate capacity to absorb patients from Life Esidimeni facilities.
And lastly, we see under effort and versus impact, then it says that that is significant. So what I would like to find out from you is, from this presentation, what is it in summary the department was communicating to PBC in respect of cost containment savings?
Council, the understanding of the PBC was that the Department of Health has gone into a process where it is identifying its own internal capacity. It has got internal capacity, it has got institutions. That's why there's reference there of departmental institutions that it would like to make use of, and that in that context it is introducing a reduction of beds from the Life Esidimeni contract to shift those patients into its own institutions over time, and the department wants to start that process, as it said there, to begin in the termination of the use of beds starting in 2015. So the understanding has always been by the PBC that the department is saying to us, we have a process, we have a program, we have had used facilities. In the previous page, they've made reference to Selby. We have used facilities, but we have identified that we can do some of this work here. It will save us money. Of course, when you look at that, they indicate how much it will save them money if there is a reduction of this number of beds that were outsourced, brought into the institution, but they were still going to do some further work. So they basically presented this to the PBC, and the PBC didn't really have any problem with what they were proposing, because they were saying, this is what we are, this is our plan, and this is what we are going to do. The PBC did not have any problem with that.
So what you're saying is that this presentation was not rejected by the PBC?
It was not rejected by the PBC.
Yes, Ms. Mahlangu says that in that very meeting of 26 November 2014, the PBC took the decision that the department must cancel the Life Esidimeni contract. Contrary to this presentation, what is your response to that?
Well, Council, the PBC would be in no position to take a decision on a contract. It is not something the PBC has authority on. That's very, very clear. We have always been clear, and I believe even my predecessors have always been clear that the PBC doesn't make decisions on contracts or procurement because that's regulated by the PFMA. It's very clear. I am not aware at any period that a PBC would have taken a decision on a contract. It would completely be unlawful.
So in this specific meeting, was there any decision taken by PBC instructing the Department of Health to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract?
I would like to say no, because it wouldn't have been possible to do that by law.
Yes. We know that at the Life Esidimeni arbitration, former MEC Barbara Creasy presented the minutes of the meeting of 26 November 2014. I want to find out if you, as the Premier, did have sight of those minutes, and if so, by when?
I am aware of the minutes. They basically, when MEC Creasy testified at the arbitration process that was chaired by Justice Mseneke, she presented the minutes there. Before then, it wouldn't have arisen because nobody wanted the minutes. Nobody had any issue with the minutes. Only at that time, Council, when MEC Creasy presented them to the arbitration process, I became aware of the minutes.
I'd like you to look at the minutes that were presented by former MEC Creasy, which you will find as ELA 152, page 32393.
Give me a minute to check ELA 152, Council.
That is fine.
Okay. That's ELA 151. The minutes. Thank you very much, my lady. I found the minutes.
Thank you. Now, it's a 4-page document. You can just flip through it to familiarize yourself with it. Will this be the minutes that you say you first had sight of at the arbitration of Life Esidimeni?
Yes, Council.
If that is so, I'm not going to take you to other items of the minutes, but I'll take you straight to the portion that deals with the Department of Health at page 52394.
Yes, I am there, Council.
You'll see the recorder there insofar as the Department of Health is concerned. It has got 6 bullets. The first one, which says the department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services. And it ends with the last bullet, which says health also needs to bear in mind that they are the drivers of other pillars that contribute to the economic development and transformation of the province and should work with education and DD for human transformation. I just wanted to take just a moment to look at this recordal and confirm if it accords with what was decided in that meeting.
I certainly agree that these minutes are a true reflection of what transpired in the meeting. The first thing being, this we do with every department, especially the social departments, those that fall under the cluster I referred to as the social cluster, dealing with the accelerated social transformation pillar. We always emphasize that the reprioritization should not affect the quality of services. So, and then it goes into other areas that deal with the pillars that we referred to earlier on. That's why there's reference to DED on the production of local meds and imports, and the rest of all those issues referred in there is indeed a true reflection of what transpired in the meeting, Council.
Thank you very much. What we do know is that from this inquest is that almost a year later, NEHAWU addressed a letter to you requesting a meeting with you. Do you remember that?
I certainly remember the meeting with NEHAWU.
The letter was dated 6 October 2015, and I'd like you to go to that letter and confirm if that is the letter that you received from NEHAWU. And that will be at page 1712.
Yes, Council. I have the letter with NEHAWU in front of me, and I confirm that that is the letter that NEHAWU sent to me proposing when to meet. You'd see those dates towards the end of October, and we met at the first week of November. I confirm.
And in paragraph 2 of that letter, you can see that NEHAWU has proposed the agenda items for the meeting. Do you see that?
I certainly agree that that's what NEHAWU proposed.
They also propose the dates upon which the meeting could be convened. You see that?
I see that, Council.
But it is common cause that the meeting was indeed convened, but not on any of the proposed dates, but on the 5th of November 2015. Is that correct?
It is correct. That is the following week. I convened the meeting with NEHAWU. The following week, that's the 5th of November, the week after what they had proposed. I convened that meeting precisely on the 5th of November.
And it is common cause that you also invited the former MEC, Ms. Mahlangu, to that meeting, and as well as that she attended the meeting with the HOD. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly. I amongst other people who I invited to the meeting was the MEC and the HOD.
Yes. Can you briefly tell us what was discussed in that meeting and what was the outcome of that meeting?
I firstly would like to confirm that the issues that were raised in the meeting are as put in NEHAWU's letter, the matter of the closure of Selby Park and the subsequent retrenchment of 271 employees who NEHAWU was representing in that meeting. And item number 2, retrenchments at Life Esidimeni, and I'll explain there what happened. And item number 3, the future of private hospitals in the province. Principally, what the union was coming there to raise is, because unions represent workers, is to say that we see the Department of Health in the province is no longer going to make services provided by SABC, but also the union did indicate in the meeting that we are also aware that there is an intention by the department to also terminate a contract with Life Esidimeni, and they were saying that they would like to discuss the fate of these workers with the provincial government. In that context, having been a leader of NEHAWU myself, I also knew that the key issues when a situation like this arises, it's what is going to happen with workers if you have one institution no longer in operation. I briefed them that I've always understood that NEHAWU supports especially the insourcing of services by government, where a service was being provided by an institution outside. And if government says, we are ready, we have capacity now, we want to take over this service, this I've said to the NEHAWU leadership, I've always understood that the union policy position is that you support insourcing. And I explained there in the meeting that what I understand, and that's the understanding we have always had, is that what the provincial government Department of Health is doing is saying over a period of time, it is going to take or bring in the services that were being provided by these institutions like SABC, like Life Esidimeni, bring them in and use its own existing capacity to provide these services in its institutions. And I said I made a case to the union, so there is no reason. You are raising the issue of these workers, but you can't be opposed to insourcing. As a matter of fact, it is very consistent with your own policy position. And on that note, said the issue of the retrenchment of workers, because there's going to be additional capacity required in the institutions of the Department of Health when it insources. That issue you should be discussing it with the MEC and the HOD, and after that council, the MEC and the HOD basically said, Premier, we agree with you. We have been meeting with the unions to discuss the issues of insourcing. But there is no to come in. The union needs to give us the list of the workers that are going to be retrenched. We are dealing with the insourcing. So if these workers have the kind of qualifications that we need, we will assess them. We'll be able to place them because we are expanding our services. We are actually bringing these services inside. So they basically said to me, Premier, we don't need you to actually facilitate a meeting like this. We've been talking to the unions. We will easily continue talking to the unions. And I said, oh, so basically you don't need my help here. And the union basically also added that, but we are also aware that the department has intentions to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract. And I explained to the union that, but what we know is the process that has been brought to us. There is a gradual process, and where the department is really able to take over services, and it is doing so, you can't be opposed to it. And I left it there. I really left it there. They reassured me, both the department and the union, that they'll find a solution, particularly placement of these workers in the insourced services in the institutions of the department. I left it there.
So that is how the meeting ended.
Yes, the meeting ended. They actually said they will continue with the meeting. Essentially, the rest of the team with me left them in the meeting to discuss when are they going to next meet.
Also, you left the meeting yourself and you left them behind to discuss. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, certainly.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Now, so that is now on the 5th of November, 2015. What we now know from this inquest is that almost a year later again, that was now on the 14th of September, 2016, you convened a meeting with the former MEC for Health, Mr. David Makhura. Can you elaborate on that? Or first, do you recall that meeting that you called with former MEC, Mr. David Makhura?
Very well. I recall that meeting very well, Council.
Can you tell us what prompted that meeting, 14 September 2016?
So just one step back to retrace my steps. So on the 13th of September, I was out in the Val on a program that we call Dirisano. It's a community outreach program. We go out to communities, we go out also to factories to talk with the businesses, to talk with the unions, to talk with communities on how we can implement those 10 pillar program on the economy. That day, I was focusing on the economy, the first pillar under transformation. How do we expand the economy? How do we work with businesses to grow employment? So on that day, I was my then spokesperson, Ms. Pumla Sekhonyana, came to whisper to me. Essentially, I was proceeding with the meeting. I was chairing a meeting. And she said to me that the MEC for Health, Mr. David Makhura, has just announced in the legislature that there are 33, and I'm trying to be precise. I might
36.
36 mental health care users, as we also refer them as patients constantly in this, who have died in the NGO. So Ms. Khonyana said to me, she has just answered the question in the legislature and announced that the mental health care users have died in the NGOs. And do you know about it, Premier? I said to her, let me quickly conclude the meeting. I don't know about this. She hasn't discussed it with me, that there are patients who have died in NGOs. Let me conclude the meeting. I'll make a call, which I did. After that, I made a call to her, asked her, I'm told you have just made an announcement and this is running in the media. And she said, I was asked a question in the legislature. My officials gave me these answers and she said, Premier, I haven't had time to verify anything, but this is the case. I said to her, how do you explain this? And she said, a lot of this is what the officials just gave to me. I'm not able to explain this to you, Premier. I said, okay, let us meet. I'm finishing my Dirisano meeting today, which was the 13th. Let us meet tomorrow. And she said, I will bring the officials who are going to explain, Premier. They also explained these things to me. Some of this I don't understand myself. So that is the background. And on the 14th, we had the meeting in the office of the Premier. The MEC brought a huge delegation there to the meeting of officials. So that's, that's the background.
Yes, no, it's fine, I understand. Now, so that meeting takes place. Can you briefly tell us what is it that was discussed and what was the outcome of the meeting?
So in the first instance, I was quite livid. I want to say that I was quite livid. So we have 36 patients who have died in our facilities. In my head, that's what it is said they are in the NGO. So I was quite livid. How does this happen? And secondly, precisely how many people died, under what circumstances did they die. So we go into the meeting, the MEC brings a delegation, the HOD is there in the meeting, but there are also officials from the mental health unit or division of the department, including the chair of the advisory board on mental health. So I asked these questions very vigorously to the officials. So firstly, explain to me how many people died. And the officials made a presentation, and the MEC said, basically, I brought this team because these are the experts in the mental health care division. They'll be able to answer your questions, Premier, because I have asked these questions to her the previous day. The officials made a presentation there, and what they basically did was to say, over the previous 5 years, how many mental health patients have died in Gauteng province, covering per annum, how many roughly would die. So they were sharing those figures to me. And I must tell you, I was shocked because I was that we have on average, some year we would have that's the numbers they presented to me. I had no way of telling. Some year we would have 30, the other year we would have close to 40 people. And they were saying this is a trend that has been going on for the past 5 years. And according to them, the passing of patients in the NGOs, the 36, according to them, it was not unusual, it was normal. And I was quite shocked how we can make this normal. And I issued a statement afterwards. So in the statements, I dealt with this part about why would we have so many patients dying in the public health system who are mental health care users. The second thing I went into in that meeting was to probe them on how did these patients end up in the NGOs? Did they die in the NGOs? For the first time, they then came with an explanation that says there is a national mental health policy framework and strategic plan 2013-2020. And they said in there, according to that policy, which they must implement as a province, they should be deinstitutionalization. They use that word, that you have to take patients, mental health care patients, out of the existing institutions, including public hospitals. In Gauteng, we've got public hospitals. Vescopis is one of them, and Stratfontein, those. So they then say, according to that policy, patients must be placed in community facilities or institutions closer to communities. And for the first, so they then explain that these NGOs where they placed patients was in pursuit of this national mental health policy framework and strategic plan. I must say, so after that, I said to myself, and I was beginning to have doubt in their explanations. I must state it on record. I said, I need to verify this with the Minister of Health about this policy that is suddenly introduced. We have always been dealing with the process of this gradual moving in of patients into public institutions. Now suddenly there is this policy. Patients have to be placed in what's this deinstitutionalization. And I phoned the Minister of Health. We couldn't secure a meeting immediately, but a few days later we met, myself and the Minister of Health. And I say, look, this is Minister, you already know, as a matter of fact, people have died in our province. They were placed in NGOs, but it is said is your policy, the national policy on deinstitutionalization. The Minister sat me down and said, firstly, Premier, I've also appointed, it is that time that the the minister advised me. I've appointed a committee, an advisory committee. It is also dealing with this matter. The minister said to me, I have appointed the health ombuds, Professor Makhura, to probe, to investigate this matter. But he made it clear, as he did at the arbitration, the policy is there, but the department, what the department was implementing in Gauteng is not in line with the policy. The policy requires processes and proper preparations, almost like along the way that we had always understood that there would be the mental health patients, there would be processes to bring people into the public institutions. But at that time, I was satisfied. The minister is the custodian of the policy. He says what was being implemented here is not, cannot be said to be the policy. And from there, we worked with the minister. It's a matter of record, which we put at the arbitration. We worked with the minister. I worked very closely.
Hi, how are you?
Miss Boko, we're having a problem. Please mute yourself. This is unacceptable. Please cancel.
Appears to be muted on my.
Yes, but we hear that you are talking to other people, and it's not happening for the first time. This is unacceptable. You can't disrupt the proceedings. I hope it's happening for the last time, please. Yes, we may continue.
Thank you, my lady. So from that meeting I had with the minister, we agreed on putting in place a number of measures because people have already died in the NGOs. The investigation is the health ombuds has been appointed to investigate the matter, and the minister has an advisory a board that's also looking at the matter. We were now concerned about what else can we do immediately to save more lives. And I worked with the minister from that time. We even established a joint committee to deal with some of the issues.
Yes,
just to make sure that the agency of the situation is addressed.
Yes, no, thank you. So I think that you have already touched on the subsequent meeting that you had with the minister over and above what you were telling us about what happened in the meeting of the 14th with the NEC and her delegation. Am I correct?
Yes.
Now,
yes.
In that meeting with the NEC, what I want to find out from you, because you say that you are raising issues like how did patients end up in the NGOs, what happened, and so on. Did the NEC
Can you please not interrupt the proceedings? I hope this will not happen again. Please continue.
Thank you, my lady. Did former MEC Mahlangu answer that question in that meeting? Did she explain to you how did it happen that patients end up in NGOs where they're not supposed to be in the first place?
To the best of my recollection, Council, I think the people who were explaining there is mainly the officials, including the chair of the board of the mental health board, yes, advisory board. To the best of my recollection, because the MEC had also said to me, there are issues that can only best be explained by the officials.
Thank you. So, Ms. Mahlangu also say that the Premier was aware of what was happening in the department. So she puts it in that general terms without going into specifics. But I just want to comment anyway. She says, the Premier was aware of what is happening in the department, but we don't know the specifics. So what do you say to that?
Well, all I can say to you, Council, is that I would be aware of those issues that would have been brought to committees of the Executive Council, including the PBC or EXCO meetings with regard to all the departments. I would be aware of those issues that have been brought to the meetings I've referred to, the issues that were brought to those meetings. They would accept where we have had a meeting. I get informed by the executive authority. There is no way I would be aware of any other thing. And that's has to do, the way government works is that you work through the system, or an MEC would ask for a meeting and say, I want to come and report to you on this. So I don't know exactly what she's referring to, being aware of what. The issues I was aware of, I've already placed them on record.
Thank you. She also says that PBC took an executive decision to reduce costs in the Department of Health. What do you say to that?
Well, I would like to first say that outside the cost containment measures, which are very clearly stipulated by the instruction from National Treasury, because the cost containment, and that applied to all the departments in Gauteng, including the Premier's office. Outside implementing those cost containment measures by everybody, there was no PBC decision to deal with cutting costs from any department. The cost containment measures are very clear, Council, what they are.
Yes. So your answer is that there was no executive decision taken by PBC?
No executive decision taken by PBC to cut health costs outside anything that has been put by us in our minutes in the cost containment measures, that no other decision was made by the PBC.
Thank you, Madam. That is the examination in chief.
Thank you. I see it's 2 minutes before 11 o'clock. Can I just find out whether there are counsel who want to ask questions in cross-examination of the witness?
Thank you, my lady. My lady,
yes, Mr. Martin, do you have questions to the,
at this stage? No. Can I reserve and come back to your ladyship at the end of other cross-examinations to the extent necessary? Unless something changes, we have no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Hodes, do you want to start now? Do you have questions to the witness?
We can't hear Mr. Hodes. I don't know if you can hear him, my lady.
I don't think he has already started. I think Mr. Hodes?
He's still setting up.
Yes, it looks like he's still setting up.
Well,
I think he's trying to address you. I can't hear him. His lips are moving and there's no mute sign.
Can somebody assist us? Where are the attorneys in his team?
I will call him, my lady.
Okay, thank you. His picture is also blurry. Perhaps he must just exit the meeting and rejoin. Mr. Hodes, can you hear the court?
My lady, I've had to come in on another computer, to my attorney's computer.
But we can hear you now. Is it not
the
yes, are you fine now?
Yes, my lady. The request would be to stand down for tea and then begin in 15 minutes of the cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Makhura, I
Yes,
just
my lady.
want to remind you that you're still under oath. We're going to take the tea adjournment. You need not discuss the evidence with anybody else until you finish testifying and you are excused by the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The court will resume at 11:15. Thank you. Court agents.
May it please the court, my lady.
I don't see the witness. Thank you, Mr. Makhura. You are reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Hodes?
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mr. Makhura.
Good morning, Council.
I'm Lawrence Hodes. I act for Ms.
Can you, before
Dorothy,
you start,
Can you hear
I'm
me
going
clearly?
to ask you, yes. I think
Aren't
you,
I
I don't think, yeah, just exit the meeting and return, please.
My lady.
Yeah, you seem not to be right. I don't know. I don't think you managed to fix your systems. Yes, Mr. Pichela?
Morning, my lady. I don't think we got an outline of where that cross-examination is going to go.
Yes, he has not yet started in any event. I couldn't hear anything.
Yes, your ladyship, please.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now, my lady?
Just proceed. Let's get the outline before you start.
My lady, the outline of my cross-examination is to do with the appointment of my client by this witness, their interaction, what occurred at the PBC, at the two important meetings, and to deal with the transcript of his testimony, to deal further, my lady, with the appointment of the ombud, the speeches that the witness made, and my client's version concerning her resignation at the end of this matter, my lady.
Okay. Counsel, please stop me where you can't hear Mr. Hodes, because I seem to be struggling, but so far I think I can hear him. I hope the witness can also hear him.
I can hear him, my lady.
Okay. You may proceed,
you.
Mr. Hodes.
Thank you, my lady. Yeah, Mr. Makhura, you appointed my client, Ms. Kudani Dorothy Mahlangu, as the MEC of Health on the 23rd of May 2014. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
And when you did so, as you've testified before the arbitration, it was on the basis of her past experience as an MEC in various other positions. Would you agree with that?
Yes, my lady. Yes, my lady.
Right. Over and above that, you knew at the time that there was a major problem because the Department of Health was under administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Council, I knew.
You were also aware at the time of the medical legal difficulties that were being experienced by the Department of Health, so you required her intervention. Would you confirm that?
Yes, my lady. Everything that had to do with the Department of Health, where the executive authority has the power to do so, yes.
And the appointment by you of her took place on the first floor DG's boardroom, where you approached her and said, I need your assistance. I want you to act as my MEC in the Department of Health. Do you agree with me, sir?
Now, when I appoint people, I don't put it the way you put it. I approach her and I need my assistance, your assistance. No, I don't do it that way, Council.
So in what way do you say that you did it, sir?
So as the Premier of the province, once I am elected, the Premier, I sit down and identify people in the list of the legislature who are there. I look at their experience, I look at their skills, and identify what role they can play. I then consult with the governing party. That's a matter of course. And then once I have, because that's also regulated by the parties' conference resolutions, and once I have done the consultations, I call them into a room at the Premier's office to inform them. I have decided to appoint you in this position, and this the overall task that we need to achieve, and going back to our program and priorities. So that's how I do it.
But at the end of the day, my instructions are that when you appointed her as the MEC for Health, you told her that specific day that you needed to sort out the finances because that department was under administration. Do you agree with that?
Well, I would like to say that kind of detail counsel about sort out the finances is not a matter that I would confirm, because I know at which level I deal with all the issues of the appointment of the MECs. I wouldn't like to confirm that I specifically spoke about the finances.
But at the time that you appointed her, you knew that that specific department was under administration. Do you agree with me?
Yes, from 2013. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay. Having appointed her, you interacted with her on a very cordial basis, both formally and informally. Would you agree with that?
I would like you to explain what you mean formally and informally. I certainly would confirm formally in many different forums.
Well, let's start with the formal. The formal was they were regularly. She reported regularly to you about the finances, and more particularly the accruals. Would you agree with that?
She would report to a structure called the Executive Council, and report to when we convene those meetings of the PBC. Except where we would have what I would call one-on-ones, where I would have the head of department and the MEC with my officials, which we had scheduled some of those one-on-one meetings where we call each department on each issue. So that all that would be formal meetings that we would have.
And in those formal meetings, you would require her to compile a document to you relating to supply invoices that were awaiting cash availability or accruals or anticipated financial problems. Would you agree with that?
I don't understand the question, my lady. I don't understand the question.
Yes, I also have a problem. I didn't pick that question up. If you can just rephrase, Mr. Hodes.
I will rephrase, my lady.
Please do.
As part of the formal interactions, she would regularly to you about the accruals. Do you agree with that?
Something is wrong. We didn't pick the question again. I think Ms. Asim?
Sorry, my lady. I just wanted to say that my
He broke in the process. Yes.
Correct.
I don't know what happened. If you can just repeat the question.
Thank you, my lady. As part of the formal interaction between the two of you, you would require her to compile a list of supply invoices awaiting cash availability and accruals. Do you agree with that?
By you mean me as the Premier, or are you referring to the Executive Council when she would report?
Well, the documents were directed to you personally, for your personal attention by her personally, even if it went through the formal structures.
No, I wouldn't have separate meetings with her to discuss the issues you are referring to. I know that these matters would always serve before the Executive Council.
Then when I speak of this formal, you traveled on formal business to London together. Do you agree with that?
On formal business, yes, we did visit the UK together.
And when she was ill in February 2016 and didn't make the Lekgotla, you went to her home to see how she was. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, as a matter of course, when my MECs are not well, I do that. I should be interested if someone is not well to go. It's nothing unusual, nothing strange there.
Thank you. Now, if you would turn, please, sir, to ELA H150, it's the document that you began your evidence with, which is entitled Terms of Reference for the Establishment of the Premier's Budget Committee. My lady, it's at page 2096.
I am with you, Council.
Thank you. At the foot of that page, after background, you have the purpose, which explains the purpose of the PBC as follows. This document aims to provide a framework to establish the Premier's Budget Committee and to establish a common understanding of the need for the structure as well as its roles and responsibilities. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, I am with you there.
If you turn to the next page, 2097, under the heading 1.3 Premier's Budget Committee PBC, it says there, the Premier's Budget Committee is the ultimate decision-making body in terms of allocating GPG resources over the NTEF. Do you confirm that, sir?
Yes. I have explained it very well. I confirm
and it identifies you, and it says, as the name suggests, the Premier of the Province chairs the PBC, and membership of the committee comprised of the MEC responsible for finance, as well as other members of the executive as determined by the Honourable Premier. Do you confirm that, sir?
Yes, Council, I do.
Then I'm going to read the whole of the next paragraph to you, and then I will ask you a question. The next paragraph says, GPG departments are required to take cognizance that resources are allocated in line with attainment of outcomes, and the PBC ensures that for each department, these strategies, objectives, as well as political imperatives are addressed within the existing resource envelope and ability to spend allocations over the medium-term expenditure framework. During the PBC, departments are given the opportunity to state their case in line with their strategic plan. The other aspects of the PBC will be an ongoing assessment of ensuring that there is value for money and also to assess progress that is being made towards the realization of government's priorities on a quarterly basis. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, I am with you then.
Right. What is meant by the term there that departments are given the opportunity to state their case in line with their strategic plan?
So basically, Council, the PBC is a structure that allocates resources. Departments come there and make a bid, particularly on additional resources, and I need to specify that. On existing budgets, which they would have, they would be able to say, this is how we are going to spend our budget. This is our strategic plan, this is our expenditure plan, and this often is the terrain that the MEC for finance probes very closely by the nature of a function. But in that context, they would also be given an opportunity to say, I used to put it this way, Council, my lady, I would say, if we had 100 rands somewhere in our reserves. In addition to what is your current budget, where would you want us to allocate that for you? And I would often use sometimes say 100 rand or 1 rand. So the departments come there and say, in addition to what we have already put, which is our budget, and in the nature of government, every department every year wants to push for more money. So that paragraph basically, I mean, that sentence you are reading, they're making a case is bidding in terms of, if you have more money, we have this very other important work we want to do, or please allocate us this amount of money for this work. That's what is bidding for. Every department is given an opportunity to do that.
Thank you. And when you speak of bidding or stating their case, they would do so, do you agree with me, by means of making a presentation to the PBC?
Certainly, they will put a presentation to the PBC.
Thank you. Then 1.4 on this document on 2097 is the roles and responsibilities. And it states there, the Premier's Budget Council, PBC, will make final budget allocations for priorities and pressure points. And that would be premised or based upon what had been put forward in a presentation or a bid. Do you agree with me, sir?
I don't understand that, the question, my lady, if council can repeat.
With pleasure. In that first bullet point, there's a reference to the PBC making the final budget allocations for priorities and pressure points. And what I was putting to you is that decision by the PBC of the final budget allocations will be premised upon what have been presented to them in the meetings by the respective departments. Do you agree with that, sir?
The final budget allocations, what they put is making a case. And if the PBC doesn't have any problem with that, it wouldn't say anything about that matter when it finally considers. But making a case doesn't mean you get your way. You understand? So it doesn't always mean what they put there is what exactly they got, because they may not succeed to make a case. For example, in getting additional money, another department may make a better case. And this is, they would retain their core budget, but they wouldn't be able to get, if they have not successfully made the case. Let me put it that way.
Well, would it not be easier to phrase it, and please correct me if you disagree, that the final budget allocation will be determined by the PBC when they have regard to the priorities and pressure points of all the departments, to determine then where the final allocation will take place?
Yes, yes, it will be done that way. If the PBC is happy with what the department has presented, it will allocate in accordance with what they have presented. If it was not happy, they wouldn't get what they have presented. And all that would always be put on record.
The second bullet point, sir, says engagement on budgetary issues on an ongoing basis, as well as significant improvement in the resource allocation process. Please, what I want to put to you, sir, is that means that on an ongoing basis, there was this evaluation of whether they were meeting the requirements of the PBC as to how they should spend the money. Is that correct?
If you can just repeat again, Councillor.
Yes, I read you the second bullet point, which says engagement on budgetary issues on an ongoing basis, as well as significant improvement in the resource allocation process. And this means that there's an ongoing monitoring of how they spent the money in the respective departments. Do you agree?
Of course, that is precisely the Treasury function, and Treasury will report to the PBC when it meets. But that is by law the function of Provincial Treasury. So that when the PBC meets, it will get reports, because it also wants to know, is the money allocated being spent? So we know that this department is not spending the money that we are giving them, whereas there are pressures elsewhere. So, but this primary structure that does that on behalf of the PBC is the Provincial Treasury. That is its legislative mandate. It will report to the PBC, yes.
Thank you. Then the third bullet point is reorienting expenditure away from consumption towards investment, in brackets, building and maintaining infrastructure. So this indicates that the priority was to rather develop infrastructure than spend money outside of the system. Would you agree with me, sir?
No, that's not a correct understanding.
Okay. Please correct me.
So the correct understanding is that, so you would call that, so there will be core basic services that would not be touched. Education, healthcare, social development, those would be called, they are constitutional obligations. They wouldn't be touched. But every time we have extra money, and there will also be things that are called grants. The grants you can't read direct. But every time there would be extra money, we would say we also need to put that money into infrastructure, because we want to stimulate the economy. We also want our communities to look, infrastructure needs to be built and maintained. So I'm saying that's in addition to maintaining the core basic services. That's what it means.
I want to disagree with you on this, and let me give you my interpretation for your comment. The term reorienting means that you change expenditure away from consumption towards investment. Do you have any comment? In other words, where in the past money was being consumed on expenditure, it would be reoriented or changed towards investment, and it explains their building and maintaining infrastructure. Do you have any comments, sir?
I don't agree with your interpretation. It's just your interpretation, Council. I have explained what my...
I understand your explanation. Your explanation is that when it comes to core functions, there won't be that reorienting, only when there's additional money. Am I understanding and interpreting you correctly, sir?
Yes, we will. Every time we have opportunities for more money, we will then say it must not be piled onto doing this. It must be, we must also balance. That's general government policies, part of good governance, to also invest in infrastructure.
Yeah. The next bullet point, sir, says for infrastructure delivery, increased scrutiny of the budget in terms of the primary and secondary objectives, together with assessment of the costing and feasibility of implementation plans. That speaks for itself. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, it's straightforward.
Right. The following one is ongoing assessment in the utilization of provincial resources, and it says quarterly. And the way I understand that one, sir, is that on a quarterly basis, the PBC will assess whether the provincial resources are being used correctly. It's an ongoing assessment. Do you agree with me?
I have already explained it, linked to the earlier bullet point concept on how that gets done.
So what you're saying is even there you distinguish between core and non-core services. Is that correct?
I don't understand your latter question, Council.
No, what I'm saying to you is when you say it's in the same vein as the previous one, you distinguish between core and non-core functions. Is that correct, sir?
I was referring to where I was saying how the Provincial Treasury carries out the monitoring of expenditure and how resources. I haven't mentioned any core or non-core, my lady.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Then the last one that I want to touch on here, sir, is to explore creative and dynamic approaches to expedite infrastructure, delivery, and job creation. Here, they're looking for innovative ways to develop and expedite infrastructure delivery. Do you agree with me, sir?
It's straightforward. I agree with that.
If you would then turn the page, please, sir. In the explanation that's then provided, and I want it starts from the previous page. And so I'm going to read it to you, but I'll show you from where I highlight because I don't want to take it out of context. Starting at the foot of 2097, it says the PBC meeting that deals with the in-year budget matters should convene to meet on a quarterly basis. These meetings will deal with in-year pressures, resource utilization by line departments, and the link with service delivery. Resource reprioritization and efficiency gains should be an ongoing issue to an extent that the PBC can recommend for funds to be moved from underperforming programs to high-impact programs of government, with the ratification of the decision being the adjustment budget. So here we have the concept of prioritization. Do you agree with me, sir?
Yes, I agree with that. And I can explain to you what underperforming programs mean. I've already dealt with that.
Well, could you please explain what is meant by the term reprioritization?
Reprioritization basically means that you have particular resources allocated to you, and there is a framework within which, in pursuit of the objectives, the priorities, your strategic plan as a department, the priorities of the province, you are able to go back and say this money that has been allocated for this is better value for money, is better utilized in doing the following. You have to persuade the PBC about that, and the PBC says yes, it's in line with the priorities. That's what reprioritization means.
Thank you. And then it continues. Within an environment of resource constraints, the quarterly PBC becomes crucial to ensure that departments are utilizing resources in an efficient manner to deliver on government programs, but also for quick decision for shifting resources if it comes to that. So that's what you've just given expression to, that
Yes.
the PBC can make recommendations as to how the money is utilized, taking priorities into account. Do you agree with me, sir?
Yes.
And then finally, because this it involves you directly, despite the above, the Premier, as the chair of PBC, is at liberty to convene PBC and when it is deemed necessary, even beyond the recommended scheduling above. In other words, you could call for special meetings of the PBC out of the normal course. Do you agree with me?
Yes, certainly.
Right. And then at the foot of that page, sir, could skip to the bottom there, you'll see there were scheduled meetings for 2014, 2015, but the one that's important for us in this matter is it says at the foot of 2098, at the conclusion of the MTEC bilateral with the department, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury will prepare detailed reports which will be used as resource by the PBC in their interactions with the line function departments. And the proposed dates are then detailed there as 21 to 24 October 2014. And we know as a fact that there was such a meeting on 26 October 2014. Do you agree, sir?
Mr. Yes, come again.
I beg your pardon. If I can just correct myself, we know as a fact that there was such a meeting relating to this matter on 26 November, not October.
Yes,
I made a mistake earlier, my
that's
lady.
why I wanted to come
I
in.
apologize.
Yes.
26
All right.
November 2014. I apologize
Thank
for
you.
that, my lady.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And then if we turn to a few pages to 2101, there's a explanation, like a screen of what the explanation is. And I'm not going to go through everything all over again. But the important aspect here is under the question, what is the Premier Budget Committee? It says the Premier's Budget Committee is the ultimate decision-making body in terms of allocating GPG resources over the MTEF. In other words, it's the ultimate decision-making committee or body that decides how the resources should be allocated over the medium term. Do you agree with that, sir?
I agree with that. I agree with that council, but except where the Executive Council has come to a different view. Only, and it hasn't happened, only where the Executive Council says PBC, you have allocated resources wrongly. The PBC can be overruled.
Now, if you, in this regard, please, sir, have regard to your testimony at the inquest, January 2018 at page 29775.
His testimony at the arbitration,
Yes, my lady.
not at the inquest.
29777. I beg your pardon, my lady. I
Yes,
apologize.
please.
At your testimony at the arbitration, page 29775. You have it, sir?
Yes, Council.
You'll see there in the second line, you refer to culminate in the Budget Council, which I chair. Half the time it is chaired by me and half the time it is chaired by MEC Creasy. Spelt incorrectly, but we know who's being referred to there. Then you say there in line 4, the Budget Council seeks to help our Provincial Treasury to put together a budget, because putting together a budget is one of the executive functions of MEC Creasy from the Public Finance Management Act. She puts together a budget, but she needs to make sure that the entire administration participates in that. That's what you're referring to here as the function of the PBC. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, and I have already explained it, Council.
If we can then, sir, please move to the PBC of 13 November 2014. It's not the one that you were led through by Mr.
Kari. Yeah.
Mr. Hodis, yeah, it's very bad.
Yes, I can see that.
But we have a presentation.
I think you had a problem, Mr. Hodis.
If you can repeat, yeah.
Please
Pardon,
repeat
my
what
lady?
we've just, yes. And I don't think, I think
Sorry,
just
my
check
lady.
your connection, please, before you proceed.
My lady, it's the load shedding. We've even used my junior's cellular phone for a better
Yes, but you can't
connectivity
proceed
here.
if we can't hear you, because it's going to tamper with our record.
Should I leave and come back, my lady?
Yes, please try.
Should I leave and come
try
back? I
that.
don't- Thank you.
Yes, it's fine. You can do that.
My hotspot is on.
My lady, is this better?
Yes, much better.
Thank
You
you.
can go
We
ahead.
might have to do it regularly. I apologize, Mr. Makhura. It's beyond my control. If you could please, sir, turn to the PBC of 13 November 2014. We have not been provided minutes for this meeting, but the presentation appears at page 51995. I repeat, 51995. Do you have that, sir?
Yes. Yes, Council.
Now, this is a very long presentation. It comprises of 140 pages. I only want to highlight certain aspects with you, but please feel free to add anything that you may wish to add, because I don't want to restrict you, and at the same time, I don't want to take up too much time. If you look at this presentation, as you'll see there, it was presented by the Department of Health under my client, the MEC, Ms. Kudani Mahlanga, but it was presented by the respective officials within her department. Would you confirm that, sir?
Is there someone assisting Mr. Makhura?
It appears
Yes,
that someone's helping
my
you to get the
attorney-
page, my lady.
Yes, my attorney is beaming it on
Okay.
the screen. Maybe it may be a little bit then let us
Okay.
leave it smaller
Yes.
to him.
And I thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Makhura.
Yes, my lady, I can see it now.
So that,
Can
if
you,
you would turn to page 5,
yes, just refer the witness to that page so that you can start again, Mr. Odes.
sorry, my lady. We were on page 51995, which is the heading of the presentation.
Did you get that page? Did you get
Yes,
the
yes,
page,
my
Mr. Makhura?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Odes.
So 51995 is the presentation of 140 pages. We don't have time to go through all the details here. And as I said, I'm going to highlight only aspects. Would you turn to page 52000?
Okay, we get in there.
No problem.
Yes, we are there, Council.
Under the heading of radical economic transformation, you'll see in summary, the first bullet point deals with linen. The second one deals with fabric from SABC. And the third on that page says, we met with MEC Maile and together we will work in conjunction with GDOED to bring new investors to establish plants to manufacture pharmaceuticals, gloves and other related consumables, and ensure local purchasing of consumables, e.g. surgical masks, bandages, gloves, etc. That, I want to put to you, sir, covers the issue of local manufacture of these items. Do you agree with me, sir?
Yes, and to be precise, it is also a key part of the reindustrialization pillar of our program. I explained. It is correct.
Thank you. If you'll then please turn to page 520.
Yeah, no, we're having a problem today.
5
Come again?
52045.
Thank you. We are getting there. Yes, we are there, Council.
And you'll see there, it says the following NHR
I'm just a second.
planning and construction.
I'm going to ask Mr. Makhura not
14/15.
just a second, Mr. Makhura. I'm going to ask you not to respond where he breaks because we're not going to pick up the whole question on record. Yes, I think you somewhere you breaking. Can you just repeat that regarding this page 52045?
Yes, my lady. At the top of the page, under Accelerate Social Transformation, it says that the following NHR priority projects were prioritized for planning and construction since 2014/15. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, Council, I see that.
And that would be the priority projects that are being prioritized. Would you agree with me, sir?
In the presentation of the department. Yes. Prioritized by the department.
Mr. Odes, I'm very sorry. I don't want to be interjecting. If you can assist the court, where are we getting with these questions so that we can follow?
My lady, I'm going to highlight, as I said in my introduction, 4 or 5 items on this presentation to show how they found themselves into the minutes of the following meeting, my lady.
All right, continue.
So you will see then, sir.
Do you still have a lot to the witness for the witness that you still want to canvass? Because I was getting lost as to what is it that you want to pursue. Do you still have a lot of? Yes.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Right. I can give you the opportunity. Perhaps we can even summarize it. If you look at I'll give you 3 pages, sir, and we can speed things up. And I'll say them very clearly. 52068, followed by 52083 and 52118. You will see refer to EMS or emergency medical supplies. Would you confirm that? So I'll give you time and we can perhaps progress quicker through the process on a summarized basis.
The witness can be given the opportunity to look at the documents properly, the pages that you have been referred to before he responds.
Shall I repeat
No,
the 3 pages?
I think.
Thank you.
Do you have all the pages, Mr. Makhura?
My lady, I have 52068. I'm looking at that right now.
Okay.
The focus ought to be EMS, emergency medical supplies. You'll see it on that page and the other 2 pages that I gave you, sir.
I am looking at that, yes, Council.
Thank you. And then if you look at page 52080, you'll see there's reference to laundry services and the functionality of the laundries. Would you agree with me, sir?
Yes, Council.
And then on page 52096, you'll see that they deal with NHLS, the laboratories. You see that, sir?
Give me a second there, my lady. I just want to check that part, the NHLS. Yes, Council.
Thank you. And then if you turn to page 52097, in relation to the NHLS alternative, you'll see it, and I'm going to read it to you, sir. The department is within its constitutional legislated mandate to ensure that the standard levels of healthcare and continuous sustainable provision of healthcare services are not compromised and jeopardized. There has been a deterioration in the quality of services that have been provided by NHLS. This is happening despite meetings held by the department with NHLS to address this matter. At the foot of that page, there is therefore no signed SLA between the department and the NHLS at the moment. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, Council, I see that.
And the final reference that I want to refer you to, sir, is from 52091. You'll see where it deals with revenue. There's an issue of cost containment. Would you agree with that, sir?
Give me a sec, my lady, just to check that page.
Moving forward from 52091 under the issue of revenue, you'll see that they deal there with the issue of cost containment. Would you agree with that, sir?
Five
9191.
We give me a
maximization of own revenue, which is a line to cost containment. Would you agree with me, sir?
We just went to a wrong page, my lady. If you can give me a sec. Revenue, we are there. Thank you.
Now it's.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, my lady, that the issue of revenue and maximization of revenue relates directly to cost containment. Would you agree with me, sir?
we can conclude it later.
Otherwise,
All
the
right.
remedy, my lady, might be to take an early lunch and just give him an opportunity to find another.
Please let him try first. Mr. Hodes?
He seemed to be frozen. If he can leave and come back.
Hey.
Am I audible and visible now, my lady?
Yes, when you start, we don't have problems, but as you go along, I don't know what goes wrong then. All right, let's try proceed.
My lady, we're on our fourth network now. And what I'm going to propose, if possible, is I will move to my junior's premises where the network might be more stable. If we could take an adjournment now and start early, then we'll move during the lunch. Unless you want to proceed now,
what
as far
I'm
as we
going to
can.
do. I had other arrangements
But it seemed to be clear now.
Yes, let's
proceed.
give it
Thank
a
you.
try now because I've got other
Thank you, my lady.
arrangements for 1 o'clock. Yes, there is this meeting that I
apologize.
don't want to
No,
miss.
thank you,
All
my
right,
lady.
continue.
We were at page 2107, slide 5. And what I had asked you is whether you agree that the provision of clinical facilities by Sabi Park Clinic was a core function.
What do you mean by core function? We haven't made reference of core function here. I mean,
With respect to, you have referred to core functions, but let me be very specific. The provision of clinical services by Sabi Park Clinic was a core function that couldn't just willy-nilly be terminated. It's something that had to be tabled and dealt with accordingly. Do you agree with me, sir?
Are you trying to say a core service?
Yes, a core service.
Yeah, because a core function is a very
I
different.
apologize.
Yeah.
The provision of clinical facilities by Sabi Park Clinic was a core function. Or core service. I beg your pardon. Core service. I apologize.
Yes, but if you, my lady, through you, if council can read the whole table, because what he must remember is that that service was now going to be provided in institutions of government. If he reads the whole service.
So what does that mean? So that we can understand your response.
My response is that, so the service which was being provided by SABC, according to that same page, and this is the report that the Department of Health had tabled to the PBC. So the contract expired. The department said, we are not renewing this contract. And if you look, my lady, under potential savings, there's a full explanation there.
Yes, if you can read that into the record.
So it says 170 million from June 2015 to March 2016, and then continues by saying allocate 68 million for compensation of employees. So COE is compensation of employees to enable institutions where there is a low bed utilization rate to fill posts and render the services. The service currently rendered by SABC. That's ultimate saving. So that's what my response is. That service, which was being rendered by SABC. This slide basically says the termination of the contract is the contract is not being renewed, and the department's plan, which could not be disputed because it's a sound plan. The department said to the PBC, this is how we are going to take care of the patients who are in Selby in our institutions. That's what I'm explaining, my lady.
Okay. Now coming to the question, just a second, coming to the question that he asked as to whether that was a core service, how would you respond to that?
It is a statutory service without which you can't do.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
And it continues there, Mr. Makhura, under what you read. Under 102 million, it says the first SLA between the department and Selby Park started on 1 June 2006.
Yes.
In other words, as at the date of this meeting, it was a 10-year-old contract, 8-year-old contract. Would you agree with me, sir?
It is clear, counsel. That's what it means.
Right, and it says, if we go across under the risks, none, provided that institutions that will carry the capacity are adequately staffed. In other words,
Yes.
in this instance, they're filling the empty beds that they need to ensure are adequately staffed. Would you agree with me, sir?
Yes, and it has always been consistent with our understanding that's what they are doing.
And then under effort versus impact, it says sufficient impact on cost savings that can be redistributed to critical items. Do you agree?
It's quite straightforward, counsel.
So we've established, sir, this is a core service. It's an important reprioritization or reallocation of funds from, instead of paying Selby Park Clinic, these patients are going to be treated in state institutions, provided they could man those institutions. Do you agree with me?
I don't understand when you say provided they could man those institutions.
Well, under risks, it says as long as they can carry the capacity, those that can carry the capacity are adequately staffed. That's the risk. They need to ensure that they're adequately staffed. Do you agree with me?
Well, it is very, very clearly written here. There is nothing for me to interpret there.
Now, sir, this is something that's important. It's an important change. It's a reprioritization and utilization of the funds. Do you agree with me? Under cost containment savings, do you agree?
When you say reprioritization, I don't. So you are saying the money is being moved from providing a core service, or it is money that is moved from an institution that was providing that service to another institution that will provide a core service. Because reprioritization, I have explained to you, counsel, what my understanding of reprioritization means.
But the point I'm making, sir, is that this is an important decision that's being taken on the basis of a presentation by the department to the PBC. Do you agree with me?
This is an important decision taken by the Department of Health.
Can you please, sir, tell us on what basis this was not included in the minutes of that meeting?
If you, my lady, with regard to the minutes of the PBC, my explanation is very simple. There are things that department come and report to the PBC, and the PBC take them as a common cause. The department is going to do that, and then the PBC has no problem with what the department is going to do. If there was a different decision that the PBC would have arrived at, the PBC would have said, no, you have asked for this. We would not agree with what you are saying. So it is how. So we were the minutes of the PBC would record the decisions that the PBC would have made, and these decisions would be in accordance with what the minute takers would regard as the most important issue.
Okay.
If there was a different decision arrived at, and that decision was missing in there, it would be a material issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Makhura, unfortunately for you, the minutes don't bear that out. If you look at the minutes now, sir, your Ella minutes at 52393, you'll see there's nothing.
Sorry, my
Just a second. Yes, let him finish. Let him finish the question, and then I'll allow you. Let him.
Yeah,
I think you were still.
Yes, I was saying it in the context of the previous engagement he had with the witness, that he's not putting the correct proposition in accordance with the evidence of the witness, because the witness has said the decision was taken by the department, and he was putting a proposition that why is it not recorded in the minutes of the PBC? And the witness is saying that it will not be in there because it is not a material factor, because the decision was taken by the department. So PBC records its own decisions and not the decisions of another entity. So he must put the correct proposition in accordance with the witness evidence, unless if he's challenging that evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will
Mr.
rephrase,
Wallace.
my lady. I take cognizance of that. Thank you. This was a decision that the department was putting forward as part of a presentation as a cost containment savings. Do you agree with me, sir?
I don't think the witness understands, and I'm also stuck. If you can start again.
Yes.
Remember, there was an interruption, so if you can just start again, Mr. Odes.
Thank you, my lady. This document, this presentation,
That is on
was
page.
starting from page 2105, ELA 151, my lady, the whole
Oh, okay.
presentation.
All right.
This contains proposals or presentations that the department is putting forward to the PBC under the heading cost containment savings. Do you agree with me, sir?
It contains, what is contained in this report is what the department is doing as the Department of Health in line with the saving costs. But you will recall that where we think they are drifting in a direction that we don't agree with, we will be able to say to them, we don't agree with you there. You can't do cost saving there. Yes, I agree with that, and I am also explaining. They would present, and where we don't agree with them, we would be able to say you can't do cost saving on issues like this.
So what you're saying, sir, is that wherever the department put forward a proposal that they agreed with, it wasn't minuted as a decision taken in the minutes of the meeting. Am I understanding you correctly?
No, that's not what I am saying.
Well, that's the way I understand. Please, let's use this, Selby. They came to the PBC, the officials from the department, and they said to the PBC, in order to save the costs at Selby Park Clinic, which they detailed here and which you've read all the way across, they proposed or they're going to cancel the agreement with Selby Park Clinic. Do you agree with me?
Objection, my lady.
Thank you,
Again,
Mr. Mkhari.
Is again, my learned friend is putting an incorrect proposition, which is not in line with this slide. This slide says we are not going to renew the contract. It doesn't say we're going to terminate the contract. It says the contract is coming to an end in June, and we're not going to renew it. So you must put the correct proposition.
But before
I'll
then,
rephrase,
what I
my
don't
lady.
understand, just a second. Yes, I agree with Mr. Mkhari. But even then, haven't you touched this issue when you referred the witness to this particular page? And in my view, this witness has responded to your question.
No, he hasn't, my lady. I haven't formulated my question yet, so it's not possible for him to have responded.
Okay, continue then. But you have been
So-
on this page for quite some time now, and the same point of Selby Park. And as far as I had the witness evidence, he has responded. Unless, okay, just go straight to the question before you put things that are not there, please.
I will rephrase in accordance with what Mr. Makhura said. According to this entry here on the presentation, it evidences that the Selby Park Clinic contract will not be renewed. Do you agree with me?
Are you on that page, Mr. Makhura?
I am on that page. So, Council, it is stated that the Selby contract will not be renewed.
Right.
Yes.
As I understand the procedure, this was the Department of Health telling the PBC, this is what's going to happen. It's a decision that's being taken. Do you agree with me? In other words, the decision not to renew is a decision that's being taken within the department, but they are notifying the PBC that this is their attitude. Do you agree with that?
It is, yeah, they were informing us that that is their decision. Yes.
Thank you. Now, that decision by them is not recorded in the minutes. Do you agree with me?
I have explained already, my ladies.
Yes, if I may, I want to go back again. The witness has repeatedly said that if something is common cause, once a department is informing the PVC that this is the decision that we are taking, right? For as long as it is not disputed, right? It is not recorded.
Thank you, my lady.
Did I understand you the right way, Mr.
Yeah,
Makhura?
yes, my lady. Yes, my
Okay.
lady.
Thank you.
Well, against that background, sir, perhaps can we turn? You'll see the next one was Alexandra Health Center, but let's turn to the issue before us here. Life Esidimeni. It's the next slide on the very same page. Slide number 6. Are you there, sir?
I'm with you, Council.
With Life Esidimeni, also under cost containment, you'll see there the intervention. It's under the heading intervention. It says it's intervention towards inward-looking savings, and then underneath it says final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. So that's something that the department told you that they intend to do. That is to terminate the contract. Do you agree with me?
I have given my explanation, Council, with due respect. I've given my explanation that if you look at it in its totality, I've explained that what the department was informing us here is consistent with what we have known. That in doing what it is doing there, it is also looking into, is part of this whole process of what we call insourcing. I've used that word, insourcing, but it would start a process of termination of the Life Esidimeni, and I want to explain that that is consistent with what we understood as gradual moving in, starting with a reduction, starting with 20%, gradual reduction of the beds that the department is currently being given by Life Esidimeni. That explanation I have given.
So where do you find the word gradual?
Apologies, sorry to interrupt. Advocate Bukhari has just been kicked out of the meeting. Can we please give him an opportunity to join?
Thank you.
We're back, my lady. I apologize. We just cut off.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Continue, Mr. Hodes.
I'll repeat because Mr. Makhura didn't have access. So I think it's only fair that I repeat.
Yes.
The witness had said that the entry next to Life Esidimeni is what he had explained as being a gradual termination. And my question flowing from that was, where do you find the word gradual, sir? That's where we were, my lady.
So my lady, if you look under potential savings, so this question of the 20% reduction of what was the contract, that 251 million, which is the full contract, 20% reduction per annum. So you may be right. There's no word reduction, but our understanding as the PBC was the case the department had put before us was it will reduce per annum 20% beds that are allocated, and as a result of that, it would have an impact on reducing how much the department is spending every year on Life Esidimeni. That is the understanding we have had, and that reduction is based on the fact that the department will also take care of these patients who would have been in Life Esidimeni in public institutions, in its own departmental institutions.
You see, that's the difficulty I have, sir. If you read it in its entirety, as you haven't several times now, so I'm not going to repeat it every time, it doesn't say that this program will be completed by a particular date. Do you agree with me?
There's no reference to date because the reduction doesn't necessarily mean a particular date has been put, but it will begin. It will begin. What is recorded here is that it will begin in 2015.
Yes, we're in agreement, sir. To begin in 2015, but then you're under the potential savings. It's recorded there that the agreement, the original contract, was signed with the National Department of Health on 1 August 1979. So 20% will be 50.2 million rand, but it doesn't say that they're going to do it at 20% per annum. I beg your pardon, it says 20%, and that will be a saving of 251 million per annum, but it doesn't ever say how long it's going to go on for. Do you agree with me, sir?
That's not what I've not said over what period of time.
Fair enough. So the point is that the Department of Health, in their presentation here, notified the PBC that this contract is going to be terminated. Do you agree with me?
Now, I have interpreted what the PBC has understood quite clearly, Council. And
you explained further, out of fairness to you, sir, because I think Mr. Makhura was cut off, that this was viewed, and you used the term as insourcing. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, because bringing patients into the institutions of the department is what is referred to as.
So we can save a lot of. I beg your pardon, sir. I didn't mean to cut you. I apologize. Please continue.
I am done, my lady.
I apologize.
I was explaining what
the point that I'm making, sir, is that this issue of Life Esidimeni also didn't find into the minutes because, as you explained today, if something is common cause and not disputed, it doesn't get referred to in the minutes of the meeting, as I understand the process of minute taking at the PBC. Is that correct, sir?
There was no dispute between what the department was doing on this matter because we were of the same understanding of what we call reduction, the 20% reduction per annum. There was no dispute at all. between the department and the PBC.
Now, you will see that there's reference beneath Life Esidimeni. We can just do it quickly so that we don't spend too much time on it, with the Vodacom, to Vodacom and Telkom, and how costs could be contained at Vodacom and Telkom. Do you agree?
It is clear that it is here. I don't know what my lady, I don't know what council is asking me to agree to.
Well, I can tell you now that
it's there.
those items don't find themselves in the minutes. We won't find them in the minutes. So the inference to be drawn from your testimony is that everybody was in agreement on these issues. Would you agree with me, sir?
No, don't. If the department has made certain decisions and we have no issue, or we have not arrived at a different view as the PBC, there would be no. It's a matter of course, as my lady has put it, that the department is doing the following.
Yes. And then if you look at security on the next slide, and we can go quite quickly through this, sir. It's on page 2108, security services, managing long incapacity leave for 12 months onward. Those don't find themselves into the minute, so we can accept that this was all by agreement. Is that correct, sir?
What is your question, counsel?
There's no reference to security services and managing long incapacity leave in the minutes. So what I'm saying is, premised on what you explained to us, these issues were not in dispute. The recommendations or the presentation in this regard by the department was accepted by the PBC. Would you agree with that, sir?
My lady, please help me to understand what is the question I'm being asked.
Do you agree or disagree with the statement that council is making? Is that what you meant in your evidence?
So he is reading that are you saying, counsel, that these issues are not in the minutes, or they are not in dispute? I'm trying.
And I'm using.
Can you rephrase so that the question can be clearer?
Rephrase.
Just as
Let me
please
rephrase. Thank you. You will not find any reference to security services and managing long leave in the minutes, from which I infer from your explanation that the presentation in these regards by the department were accepted by the PBC. Is that correct, sir?
When you say accepted, the PBC would simply have taken no issue there with that issue. I want to make it, my lady.
Yes.
Clear, my lady, about the decisions that the PBC will make and will not make. Going back, there would be issues that the PBC would not make decisions on, and there will be issues that the PBC will simply note. That's what the department says it is going to do. But if it is something that has material bearing on core services, we would be concerned about that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to try to make this point and explain it before lunchtime. So if you look at the next slide, I'm going to give you the headings and ask you the same question. NHLS laboratory cost, laundry services, road accident fund, and stationery are items that were tabled. I'm telling you in advance that NHLS and laundry costs are mentioned in the minutes. So, but road accident fund and stationery are not. So what you're saying is that in those regards, there was consensus. There was no need to table anything. Is that correct, sir?
My lady.
Yes.
I don't know what is the question that the council is asking.
Okay, I'll be very specific with you, sir, and I'll rephrase it. You can ignore that previous question. If you would then please turn, sir, to the minutes, which you referred to this morning. It's Ella 152. It commences at 52393, and the important part is 52394.
Just give me a chance there to get to the minutes.
Yes. I repeat, sir, the relevant part dealing with Department of Health is at page 52394. Do you have it, sir?
Yes, Council.
Right, so the first bullet point there, sir, which you've referred to this morning, is the department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Right, what was the dispute between the department and the PBC in this regard, sir? That it had to be minuted as being something extraordinary that that hadn't been dealt with in the presentation.
There was no dispute. It is a principle. It's a matter of a statement of principle all the time that we proceed with.
So that's recorded as a principle, not as a decision, because you agree there's no dispute between the department and the PBC in this regard. Is that correct, sir?
The department itself has always agreed that with that principle, has always agreed with the principle. They've never.
Second bullet point, sir, says the department to work with DED on the production of local meds versus imports, laundry services, and GPT will have to assist with the lease agreement for laundry, EMS, and hospital equipment. And I want to put to you, sir, as a challenge that you won't find that in the presentation by the department. Do you have any explanation as to how it came into these minutes when it had not been tabled by them? The lease agreement for laundry is the point that I'm specifically referring to.
It is. I will. When I was dealing with this minutes, my lady, I did say that on the basis of what we called the 10 pillars of the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, there may be an issue that one department is dealing with, and then it affects another department, or it needs the help of another department. And that's how this would find its way. It's not just what the department is doing as a matter of course, but this has, there must be another department here on the reindustrialization element. In other words, we are not just talking to one department. We are not just talking to health on the things.
And
so it includes
you'll agree,
the Department of Economic Development.
You will agree, sir, that we already dealt with the issue of production of local meds and products compared to imports in the presentation that was made for the meeting of the 13th of November, but there's no mention of that in the presentation for 26th November. Do you agree with me, sir?
It is not mentioned in the meeting of the 26th November, yes.
If it was never mentioned, how does it find its way into these alleged minutes? Have you any possible explanation? So it's on your own version, it was never mentioned.
By the department, but my lady, through you, I have explained that, so a department would present it will make its presentation, and there would be issues. An issue like this would be some of the issues that would affect the work that is done, not just by that department. And the reason here I am giving is because the industrialization, the issues of localization. It's not just one thing that's dealt with by the Department of Health. That is my explanation, my lady. I hope I'm clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Hodes, you have to.
Now, if you turn to NHLS, if you look what's recorded in the minutes, and it's something that was mentioned there. Now, if we turn to NHLS, it says in the next bullet point, the department should continue to pursue getting back the money owed by NHLS. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I see that.
That's dealt with in the presentation of 13 November 2014. But if you look at this presentation on page 2108, slide number 8, the following is recorded. It says NHLS laboratory cost. Inward-looking savings, all histology slides and blocks to be done by histology laboratory and not NHLS. Second column, outward-looking revenue from purchase equipment and monthly consumables, potential savings plus minus 41,000 per month. Beneath that, plus minus 492,000 per month. Political risk or risks. It says none. Then under effort versus impact effort, purchase all relevant equipment to ensure that tab is accredited. Impact, additional workload on lab, however, quality of slides in our control and could have shorter turnaround times. So in other words, what they told you in the meeting is, as you used the term earlier, they're going to insource these slides and this line of work, the histology that's referred to there. Do you agree with me?
That is clear that that is what they presented at the meeting, yes.
So how can that be reflected? Well, how does that result in this entry in the minutes that says the department should continue to pursue getting back the money owed by NHLS? They're irreconcilable with respect to.
Council, through you, my lady, may I explain that?
Yes, you may. Yes.
The money owed to the Department of Health in Gauteng by the NHLS has been a matter of great concern by the department itself, and it's been a matter that, especially there was a point where in one of the department's presentation that the NHLS owed the Gauteng Department of Health 1.3 billion rand. That is a lot of money.
Mm.
And in fact, I can even say to you, my lady, that matter was even elevated to me. It was elevated to me that something needs to be done about recovering the money from the NHLS, the 1.3 billion rand. And I understand that in that sense, that's how it found. It was an extraordinary matter. It was not just a matter that I was even asked by the MEC to talk to the Minister of Health on the matter of the NHLS owing the provincial government 1.3 billion rand because of what the department said it was overbilling. That's how important that matter became.
But if I'm sorry to interject, what I understand from counsel, he can correct me. He wants to find out, the statement that he's putting to you is that what is recorded in the minutes and what is recorded in the other minute are two irreconcilable versions. That's whether you, now the question is, do you agree or disagree?
I can't make reference to the minutes that council is referring to. I can only make reference to the minutes that the MEC for Finance, whose department was responsible for capturing the minutes, tabled before this court, my lady.
Okay. Can we pass that?
Yes, my lady, but I just need to do the cross-reference. It's a matter of record, and you've been through it already, sir. I referred you previously in the previous presentation to page 52096, where this very debt of 1.3 billion is referred in the presentation of 13 November 2014. So it was something that arose in that meeting that had been tabled where the department put it forward. It's not something that was an issue that they disagreed on. On page 52096, if you'd like to refer, sir, you'll see that the 1.3 billion outstanding is referred to there. Exactly as you've said now, it's a recurring item that had been referred to then, but not in this additional meeting of 26 November. It's a matter of record. Would you agree with me?
My lady, I don't understand what is the question I'm being asked to answer by counsel.
I'll leave it for argument, my lady. I won't even pursue it with
Please
the witness.
just leave it for argument. We can continue.
Now, yesterday, Ms. Creasy told us that these minutes were compiled by an official from the Department of Treasury. Do you confirm that, sir?
Which minutes?
There's only one set, my lady. It's Ella 152, my lady.
Okay.
Yes, I confirm, counsel.
Now, the normal practice in most meetings is as soon as you start the meeting, you look at the minutes from the previous meeting to see if they're a correct recordal. As I understand your evidence today, the first time that you saw these minutes was when you were called before Justice Moseneki to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, counsel.
In other words, minutes are compiled, but nobody goes back to refer to them and see what action has to be taken on account of the decisions taken, unless we have an arbitration or an inquest. Is that your testimony, sir?
That's not what I am saying.
Let me ask it differently then, sir. But for the arbitration before Justice Moseneki, would you have ever gone back to look at what was recorded as the decisions taken in those minutes?
Yes, we do with the PBC meetings. When we do what we call processing of all the minutes, so it is not correct for you to say in every meeting we start with the minutes. So we can go into a meeting and then we would schedule a meeting where we process the minutes. And sometimes it can even be minutes of different meetings depending on what in that meeting we sought to do as a priority, and there is no dispute about the decisions which would have been taken in another meeting. In that case, we would have to bring the minutes. It has a bearing on whether we proceed with the meeting or not.
Now, still on page 52394, sir, in the minutes, Ella 152, the next bullet point reads as follows. It's long. I'm going to read it to you. The department should capitalize on maximizing on their own revenue and the cost containment savings plan, because this might benefit the department in coming out of administration on condition that there is commitment, and possibly by May 2015, the department could be out of administration, in brackets section 18, and this is also linked to the role of leadership and management. This is not referred to in the presentation by the department for that meeting on 26 November 2014. Do you agree with me, sir?
I have to check, my lady, I want to check because he's asking me, I have to cross-check.
Yes, you may do so.
So he says, if you
take
say,
your time, that's fine.
If as a matter of record, you say it's not appearing in the presentation, in that presentation, I wouldn't have. I'm saying if that's a true reflection, it's not appearing. I wouldn't dispute that.
Thank you. Similarly, the next two bullet points, It says the commitment should be incorporated in their performance agreement for 15-16. That's not from their presentation either. Do you agree with me, sir?
Yeah. Yes. My lady, can I explain as a matter of course, when you deal with a department that is under administration, as any committee of the provincial executive would always be concerned about. So all these things you are doing, when are you going, how do they help you to get out of administration? As a matter of course, we don't have, we haven't had many departments, always been, especially the Department of Health under administration. I would understand why it would arise, even if it did not come from the Department of Health. I would understand, because it being under administration is the concern of the entire executive. And the aim is to assist the department to recover from being placed under administration.
My final
whether
issue
it was
before
raised
lunch.
by them or not, it would arise in the PBC.
Okay, thank you.
My final issue before lunchtime, sir, is the final item there in the minutes. Health also needs to bear in mind that they are the drivers of other pillars that contribute to the economic development and transformation of the province, and should work with education and DED for human transformation. Also did not appear in the presentation by the department. Do you agree with me, sir?
I have, my lady, I have already explained that there would also be issues that have a bearing on other departments. Those issues don't have to arise to come from health. They would be raised as a matter of course by the PBC. They don't have to come from the presentation of health, but they have a bearing on other departments. That's what is being raised there.
Okay.
My instructions, Mr. Makhura, are that this set of minutes does not reflect what happened in the meeting. Do you have any comment?
I do not agree with you, Councillor.
But you do agree that they don't these items in the majority do not find themselves in the presentation? Do you agree on that first leg, sir?
Council, this question of how minutes are captured, I can tell you I have written minutes myself for different bodies as the secretary of different organizations. The minutes have always been different. The judgment that gets made, the judgment call is, do they capture all the most important decisions that matter? That's the judge. It's a subjective judgment made by the person who's writing the minutes.
And as is evident from their content, they do not capture decisions that were made in the meeting. Do you agree with me?
I do not agree with you, Council.
So when you say health also need to bear in mind that they are the drivers of other pillars that contribute to the economic development and transformation of the province, and should work with education and DED for human transformation, that's a decision that was taken in the meeting. Is that what you're telling us?
That's what came out of the meeting, as it also relates to the one on the second bullet point on the department and the bullet point on administration. It came from the meeting.
My lady, would this be an appropriate time to take the lunch adjournment?
Thank you. Mr. Makhura, as I have warned you before, you're still under oath. The court will resume at 2 o'clock. That oath, please respect that oath as you take this break. Thank you. Court agents.
Thank you, my lady.
my question is,
Ladyship,
are they
please,
going
if
to?
we-
Yes, let's concentrate on what is going to assist the court in arriving at a decision in this matter, please.
Thank you, my lady. Then I'll do it very quickly, my lady. I won't be on this point. I'll give you my word. If you could turn,
Okay.
sir, to page 1714. You will find the exchange between Ms. Mahlangu and Professor Makhoba, which date back to the 14th of September 2016. The first message, that was a Wednesday, is his response to her after she'd called him relating to the 36 deaths, which would then put her sequence of events into perspective. What I want to put to you, sir, and she has the telephone to prove it, is that she has an SMS exchange between you and her dating back to that time, and that you sent her a message. You may have got the date wrong, but just to confirm that you sent her a message on the night of the 14th of September 2016. It's not in these messages, my lady. These are with the professor, but she has the phone still available. At 21:33, inquiring about the deaths, and thereafter, the exchange between you and her took place, running from the 14th of September through to the 15th of September, and that's why she says that the actual meeting with you was on Thursday, the 15th of September. If you're in agreement with that, then we can move on to the next issue, sir.
My lady, what is the material question I'm being asked on this?
The material issues, I will sum it up very quickly. Sir, that the meeting between you and Ms. Mahlangu took place on the 15th of September 2016, which was a Thursday.
Not on the 14th. My lady, I have
No.
said there may be a mistake of a date there. It's 1 day difference. The content of the meeting doesn't change.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And then we can move forward. What I'd like to refer you to then, sir, is, and you'll see it's important in terms of the time frame. I'm going to refer you to a speech that you have 1990. And the important thing that I want you to focus on, sir.
The page number, we didn't get the page number.
Yes.
My lady, 51990. You have it, sir?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. This is the speech that you made on 18 November 2016 concerning the award of the 2016 Kanyisa Service Excellence Awards. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Counsel.
And I can try to summarize it so that you don't dwell on it for too long. There are only a few matters that I want to highlight, and that's on page 51990. You refer to the welcoming of people, and you say to shine the light on excellence and showcase the capabilities within the institutions of the Gauteng Department Health. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Counsel.
In the next, if we can skip a paragraph, in the following paragraph, you say, we have gathered here this evening to honor those of our health professionals and workers who perform their work beyond the call of duty, who have demonstrated a citizen-centered and patient-oriented, those who are innovative, passionate, professional, and ethical in carrying out their work, those who put patients first. We owe these health workers and managers a huge debt of gratitude. Do you confirm that, sir?
Yes, Counsel.
In the following paragraph, and I will be quick on this as well, sir, you summarize all the responsibilities of the Department of Health And then you say, I'm citing all these facts and figures to underscore the seriousness with which we must approach the job of managing the public health system in our province. We need to manage this system competently and ethically. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Council.
You then speak of stabilizing the finances, and at the foot of that page, sir, you say, this was based on the fact that the Gauteng Department of Health had a history of intermittent administrative and financial problems, which made it the problem child of the Gauteng Provincial government. It has serious financial problems, and it received recurring negative audit outcomes from the Auditor General. It attracted regular bad publicity from the media about shortage of medication, food, and beds. You confirm that, sir, is that correct?
Yeah, that's clear, Council.
But in the next paragraph, and this is dealing with Ms. Mahlangu, in November 2016, you said the following of her. In order to achieve all our publicly stated commitments of turning around this department, I made it clear when I appointed MEC Mahlangu and HRD Barney Celebano that we need to fix the performance of this department within 2 years. You then go through the work that they've done, and at the end of the next paragraph, you say, well done, MEC, well done, HRD. Next year, I look forward to you joining the League of Clean Audits. In our province, there is no turning back. Do you agree with that, sir?
Yes. Yes.
If you return finally, sir, on this speech to 51993, and I'll give you, if you want to refer to anything else in between, but let me just quote this last paragraph to you. It's in the middle of the page. It starts, let me state unequivocally that we regret any loss of life and share our grief with families of those who have died in our health facilities in the care of the government. Any death causes enormous pain and anguish among bereaved families. Health is about saving lives. It is for this reason, when a number of people pass in our care, we must ensure that there is an impartial investigation into the causes and circumstances of death. Death is always painful. Do you confirm that, sir?
Yes, Council.
Then I want to turn, sir, to, and perhaps we could do this in a quick manner as well, the resignation by Ms. Mahlangu. I'm instructed that resignation first is a unilateral act and that she, of her own accord, resigned on 1 February 2017. Not that she offered to resign, but that she unequivocally resigned to you personally. Do you have any comment?
I don't agree with that.
Why not?
Council, that decision was taken after I had received the report of the health ombuds with damning findings.
Yes.
And I've looked at those findings and met with her and said that this situation is untenable. And then she said, I will resign.
Yeah, there are a few issues arising from this. So firstly, you didn't ask her to resign. She told you that she will resign after the Professor Makhoba's report, and the date being 1 February 2017. Do you agree with that, sir?
She told me when?
1 February 2017, sir.
You say she told me on the 1st of February that she will resign? I don't.
The decision
sorry,
was taken. No, the report.
May I correct myself, please, my lady?
Yes, correct. Yes, please.
Yes.
Grant is sitting next to me. Says it was on 31 January 2017 that she told you that she is resigning.
On the 31st of January.
Yes, my lady.
And when did the report come out?
On the 1st. But she had been told, yes, because she was in contact with the Ombud at the time, so she knew. Remember, she testified, my lady, that she was aware of the provisional findings, and the report came out the very next day, being the 1st of February 2017.
The
Do you have any
material,
comments, sir?
I'm sorry, my lady.
Mm.
My apology.
Yes, you can respond.
The material issue, I testified before the arbitration that I had said to MEC Mahlangu the day before the release of that report. I received the report, she received the report. So we knew when the report was going to be released, me and her, what the findings are. And as I said on the day of the report, that if she didn't resign, so when someone says they resign, I said, if she doesn't resign, I would fire her. So as a matter of course, I have indicated to her that the following day the report is released, you know what the contents is, and I will definitely implement that report because the findings are quite damning on you. And one of those clear things. So the material issue, counsel, the material issue is, so if she says she offered to resign, and it is not me who fired her, I definitely was clear, and I made it clear to her that if she resigns on her own accord, that's I've always understood that as accountability. But I would have made it clear to her that I will remove her from cabinet the following day when the report is announced. If she doesn't,
you see,
she herself didn't leave me with the option to remove her because she indeed resigned.
You see, she read that in your evidence to the arbitration and she disputes it. And that's why I need to put to you, and I won't dwell on this because it doesn't take this matter much further. She says you even offered her further positions after resignation within the ANC, that she told you that she was going over
Mr. van Bergen?
May it please your ladyship. My lady, subject to anything arising from further cross-examination, I don't have any questions to this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Asim and her team.
Thank you, my lady. I do have questions for this witness, and I don't mind proceeding ahead of Mr. Pinar.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Makhura.
Good afternoon, Council.
I wish to cover a few points with you only. Your evidence before the arbitration was extensive. I take it you stand by what you said in the arbitration.
Yes, Council.
So the issues I'd like to cover with you, just as an outline, is the PBC meeting and the decision that was taken, what you did and what interactions you had with your officials, and what you think about individual responsibility. So not your opinion, but you mentioned earlier about collective responsibility versus individual responsibility. And I just want to probe what that means with you in a case like this. And in the course of doing that, I'll take you now and then to parts of your testimony in the arbitration. May it please the court.
Yes, you may go ahead. Continue, that's fine.
So Mr. Makhura, let's just get something straight here. Ms. Mahlangu says that the decision to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni was taken at the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014. You say that is not the case.
Yes, Council.
Do you say that the decision that was taken was to reduce the amount of beds by 20%?
Yes, Council, I have testified before this court that at all times was as you stating it.
So if that was what was discussed and presented at the PBC, it would mean that the process of phasing out Life Esidimeni would take about 5 years. Isn't that so? Best case scenario, if the plan is 20% per annum, then it takes 5 years to get to 100%. So that's the best case scenario, right?
Do you have that knowledge? If
Council,
you don't have that knowledge,
I have no knowledge of how that plan would work out. You may as well think, Council, that the best case scenario is this, and I would like to avoid speculating. All I am certain is that it is reduction over time.
Yes, no, I understand. I'm not talking about how the process would unfold. It's just a sort of simple logical conclusion. If it's 20% per year, then it'll take 5 years. But of course, that is misleading as well, because you can't know whether patients will be ready to move. There's a process in moving patients, and you'd have to have the facilities in the department. That's what you're saying, isn't that so?
Yes. I agree with that, except the issue of how long it will take. I wouldn't be able to comment on that, but I agree with process here.
So with regard to time, was there pressure to complete this project with Life Esidimeni? Was there pressure? Was there any instruction or request made by you or anyone else in the PB that this must happen without delay?
No such pressure came, and there's no evidence that the PBC or myself put such pressure on anyone or the department.
My learned friend, Mr. Hodes, put to you this the PBC minutes. We've gone over that several times in this hearing, but one of the aspects he pointed out was this word reprioritization. Now, this would mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, allocation of resources in line with the policy of the provincial government. That's what reprioritization would mean. So there would be this was a new go over, correct?
Council, if you can allow me to explain, firstly, there's prioritization, and then there's reprioritization.
Yes.
So prioritization would be what you explained. Reprioritize. Having prioritized, you also make decisions that the resources would have been allocated. They may as well be that there are new needs that are arising, and there's underspending, what we call underperforming programs. So in other words, there's money being returned to Treasury in particular areas, and those are not impactful programs, because impact is important. And you, having allocated them, you decide you are reprioritizing. So that's what reprioritization means.
Thank you, that's helpful. What is the impact on core services of reprioritization?
As stated before this court, council, core services, especially statutory services, and those that were clearly part of the no-go area, we have said it's a principle that reprioritization must not affect those core services, the quality of services.
So Ms. Creasy testified, and she was yesterday, she was quite emphatic that there was no decision or even talk of cutting health services. Is that also your recollection of the meeting?
Certainly yes, because health was core priorities in our pillars in our 10-pillar program. And our budget allocations in the period from 2014 in that term shows that health budget was always increased year by year.
So when you were told that the presentation was made about the reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni, you were told that the patients would be moved to state facilities, state health facilities. government health facilities, right?
Yeah, yes, what is referred there as departmental institutions is government or public health facilities.
Not private facilities.
Not private council.
And the health facilities in the department that would be used would not result in a deterioration in the quality of care to those patients. Is that right?
Certainly, council. That was our emphasis.
So you say that was your emphasis?
It's not in dispute, council. Everything about health.
Okay, so I want to move up from the minutes, and you were there, you were present, so you can give us direct evidence, and so that's what I'm asking from you, is in relation to this particular topic of Life Esidimeni, whether you were given the assurance that the facilities would not result in a lower standard of care.
Certainly, yes, council.
Who gave you that assurance?
The department, and the department in this case was represented by the MEC and the head of department. Of course, there were other officials. The most senior ranking would be them.
So you were not told in this meeting that patients would be moved to NGOs?
Certainly, yes. We were not told about that scenario even emerging.
Okay.
There was a flagging, as you know, of the readiness, but that was a risk issue they will deal with. It didn't change the direction. And it would affect how...
So it wasn't a contingency that was raised that if there aren't enough facilities available within the government, provincial government facilities, that then NGOs would be used. Was that not presented as a contingency?
That was not presented at that meeting.
So when did you become aware that patients were now not being moved to department facilities as promised, but are now being moved to NGOs?
I have counsel already put on record in my evidence and the arbitration presided over by Justice Seneke that I became aware when there was this report that patients have died in NGOs.
Which report are you referring to? Are you referring to media reports, or are you referring to the provincial legislature?
Firstly, the media report, which I followed up with. That is the media report about the MEC's reply to the legislature question. And in the meeting I had with the officials of the department, where I asked, how did this even happen that patients died in NGOs?
So you became aware in September 2016.
Yes, Council.
Around 13 September 2016. That's when you became aware.
Yes, Council.
And then you say that you summoned the officials to a meeting after 13 September. Mr. Hodes says that was on the 15th of September, 2 days later, a meeting with the official, certainly with the MEC. And if I understand correctly your earlier evidence, what you say about that meeting was that the officials defended the outcome, the deaths. They justified it because they said to you this was normal.
They said?
Yes, Council. They said
yes,
it was normal. That's what happens every year. And I was shocked, and I expressed my shock to them. And even in the in the public statement I issued, I said that we can't lose so many people in every year simply because they have mental illness. They were explaining that that's normal, that's what happens.
Okay, so it was normal for that number of people to die in that space of time in state facilities. That's what you were told.
That's what I was told, yes.
And who specifically told you this?
So there were presentations that were made by the lead officials in the meeting, and I might have to actually check who exactly did the presentation, but several of the officials, including the chair of the mental health board, whose name I mentioned, but one of the officials who presented there was Dr. Lebete. And in the course of these questions I was probing, I was keen to know from the MEC and HOD, but the people who were really answering those questions were the officials other than the MEC and the HOD. Who they brought, by the way, I asked the MEC, why do you bring such a big delegation to come and meet just with me, the Premier? And she said, these are the people who are professionals who can explain to you. You ask me questions which can only be explained by them, and they'll present evidence to you. So council, as I said, there are several people who spoke in the meeting. I might just have to go. I don't want to make a mistake that somebody else spoke and then they say, no, it's not that one, it was that one. But okay, the total picture, I'm very clear, it's accurate.
Right. Yeah. And you do remember Dr. Lebete was at least one of those who presented to you?
Yes.
So, you know, one of the things that Dr. Lebete said, since you mentioned his name, and you said this in the arbitration. Well, I actually had put this to you in the arbitration, that Dr. Lebete said that at a meeting, the minutes of a meeting of 6 January 2016, I've just lost the reference for now, but let me know if you want to go there. But I can tell you the reference in your transcript before the arbitration, and that's 29828.
They're just helping me to find it, my lady. If you give me 1 minute.
Okay, that's fine.
May I request the page number to be repeated, my lady?
29829 is your transcript. The transcript.
29829.
Correct.
Council, yes, there we are there.
Okay, so if you look at line 10 on that page, I had put a question to you relating to this meeting. I said to you, there are minutes of a meeting between Gauteng Department and stakeholders. It is dated 6 January 2016. The relevant part of the minutes that I took you to, and I go to the second bullet point, and then I read out that it says, Dr. Lebete noted concerns that were raised by stakeholders, but stressed that the department had a mandate from the Premier, MEC, and stakeholders to deliver on the project and on time. So do you recall that?
I recall that definitely, Council.
Okay, and you're saying that there was no truth to that?
I refuted that emphatically.
Now, you knew in September 2016 that there were these deaths. The report to the provincial legislature was that there were 36 deaths. But you now know, after all this time, the Ombuds report and the arbitration, that there were many more deaths by that date. Isn't that so?
Yes, Council. Yes, Council.
And for the record, and as a matter of fact, let me just take you to page 50485. Okay.
Thank you, Council. I am there. Thank you.
You've got to click on the link if your attorney can assist you, because it links to an Excel spreadsheet.
Thank you, Council.
Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so there are two spreadsheets. At the bottom, it says by deaths by NGO, and the second by death date. Can you click on the one that says by death date?
Yes, we are the Council.
Okay, so you'll see it begins at the top. It says that these are in order of date of death. These are the deceased that form part of this inquest. So the information here comes from the case dockets that are before the inquest, okay?
Yes.
And if you look at date of death, that column, column H.
Yes, I'm looking at it right now, Council.
Okay, and if you go down all the way to 12 September, right? You'll see.
Yes, we are there now. Thank you.
And so do you see that there were 84 deaths if you look at the columns, that the rows that are numbered?
Yes.
There
Yes.
were 84 deaths.
Yes.
By 12 September.
Yes, I can see that recorded 84, yes.
More than double what was reported to the provincial legislature.
Yes, Council.
When did you become aware that in fact the deaths were much higher than 36?
Then let me say that the accurate number was really only out of the Health Ombuds report, because that was properly accounted. By the department kept giving new additional numbers from that announcement that of the number. They kept giving new additional numbers, even to the Health Ombuds as he was investigating. And it was quite clear that the numbers that they announced were not accurate, but we couldn't know at that time which ones would be accurate. I will say from the day that that number was announced, it was clear that it's not exactly 36, but we couldn't be sure what the exact number would be.
Why do you say it was clear that it wasn't only 36?
36. By the time we had a meeting with that's the meeting of, it's now clear that it was the 15th as was raised. Even in that meeting, I need to indicate, Council, even in that meeting, the numbers changed from what was announced at 36. I'm not quite sure if it was 43 or 44, but it was clear, even like 2 days later, that the numbers are not, and they explain it simply that they are tracking down these numbers. But their statistics, anything that was coming from them, I was certainly beginning to have doubt unless it is confirmed, but particularly by the health ombuds who I attended.
Yes, Council.
My lady, we've been listening now to a repetition of evidence that's uncontested before this court for a very long time. It's uncontested that the wrong amount of deaths were reported. It's uncontested. All those things are uncontested. I don't know why this court will have to sit and listen to a repetition of everything that is before this court and uncontested. I cannot see where Ms. Asim is going with this.
Ms. Asim?
Lady, it's not a question of whether the facts are contested or not contested. The question is what this witness knew about the facts and when. And I would like to be given the opportunity to complete, and I'm almost done with this questioning, but to complete this line, because I want to understand what this witness knew and when.
Mr. Late?
My question is, my lady, why? It's not for her to understand.
Can the witness step aside, please?
Well, obviously, Mr. Late, I'm asking for the purposes of the benefit of the court.
It's for this court to understand what happened, and for this witness to just inform this court of everything the court already knew. It's unproductive. I don't see why we have to waste time and everybody's time with this questioning. Whether this witness had known about it a month before or a month after, that's already on record. It's known on record. If Mrs. Asim wants to interrupt me, she must go ahead, if that's her view of how a court works.
Yes, Ms. Asim, can you just wrap up from, you have long been with this witness and...
Yeah, I agree. Look, my lady, I've only just started a few minutes ago.
No, I thought you were saying you were finishing the point, but that evidence is already on record. What do you want to know if he was not aware or if he's aware? How will that assist us?
So, my lady, the point is to understand this court needs to know who is to be held responsible and on what basis.
Yes.
So it's not just a question of, well, we know that there were this number of deaths by this time and there was these facts on record, but it's also about these witnesses being able to assist us in understanding who knew what was going on and when. And I think it's with respect, Mr. Hodes spent quite a lot of time on his questions to this witness. Mr. Late did not object. In fact, the objection is taking more time than I would probably take in my cross-examination. And I would like to be allowed to finish this.
Mr. Late?
Alrighty, Mr. Hodes. Mr. Hodes' cross-examination was aimed at the allegations against Mrs. Mshlangu. That's a big difference. In this instance, at the stage that the witness became aware of the death, it was done. The people were already dead. How is it going to assist this court in finding who was responsible, not aware of, responsible for the death and what the causes of death were? This witness cannot assist this court in this regard because when he had heard of it, the death had already occurred.
Yeah, Miss Hasim, I'm so concerned. I see there is another hand. There is Mr. Pinar, and I thought there was another hand. Was it Mr. Van Bergen or who?
Lady, may I be allowed to at least just respond to what Mr. Late just said?
Yes, before you do that, I wanted to hear what the others will say so that I can just close it at once. Yes, I see Mr. Pinar.
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to Mr. Late and also to my learned friend, Miss Asim, I would venture to submit, my lady, that we could be treading on dangerous ground per se, just by refusing Miss Asim, who has got a certain methodology that she's following in her cross-examination, the way I have followed it, and to prevent her. It may not be clear to all at this stage, but that does not mean the cross-examination is unfounded and improper, my lady. I would submit Miss Asim should be granted the opportunity to proceed with her cross-examination in a manner which she deems to be meet, taking into consideration all the evidence that's been presented, of which our learned friend Ms. Asim has indicated she's well aware of, and she's well acquainted with that, my lady. So I would submit that it would be improper at this stage just to simply prevent or curtail Ms. Asim's endeavours in her cross-examination of the witness per se, because what she has responded does not, I submit, appear to be irrelevant, my lady.
Thank you, Mr.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, Miss Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, really the response is to Mr. Late, and I would request that when we speak of the people who died, that we do so with respect. I'm here representing the families of the deceased, and it is a painful experience for them even to watch this inquest again. So saying that, well, by that time, those people had died, as Mr. Late put it. Well, by then people had died already. So what's the point of asking Mr. Makhura? Well, the fact is, after that date, 60 more people died. That isn't, if that is not relevant to these proceedings, I really don't know what is. 60 more.
It's fine. I'm going to cut you because I was still trying to determine as to where you are going when this objection was raised. Can you just proceed so that we can hear the point you want to make, and then please don't take long with the witness and repeat the evidence that is already on record. I'm just saying, as you ask the witness, just avoid going back to the evidence that is already on record. Continue.
As the court pleases.
Can the witness come back? Thank you. It appears that we were all kicked out of the meeting. We can just wait for the others to join us before we proceed. Oh, yes, thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Hasim. It appears that we are all kicked out of the meeting. Yes, continue.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Makhura, we were talking about the actual numbers of death by the time the answer was given to the Parliament, to the provincial legislature. You then said that in your meeting with the officials, they in fact pointed out that that wasn't correct and they were finding out that there were further deaths, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you described in the arbitration, you described what happened as disastrous and catastrophic. Do you still hold that view?
That is correct. I still hold the same view, Council.
So at the time when you were uncovering this, you spoke to the officials. Did you ask, well, let me put it to you this way. What did they say were the reasons for the move? Did you ask the officials? So on the one hand, you said you spoke to them and you asked for an explanation of what was going on, right? So I had in mind that what that meant was literally, why are people dying in the health facilities, right?
Yes.
But did you also ask the MEC or the health officials why patients were moved to NGOs when in the PBC meeting, there was no mention of moving these patients to NGOs?
Yes, Council, it is a matter of record that, as I testified at the arbitration, that having first asked how many people have died, and it was clear that the exact numbers as of the time are changing, and then they talk about 5 years, having dealt with that the core question for me is, how did people end up in NGOs where they died in NGOs? So apart from those who have been dying as they were arguing, I asked that question, and that's when a whole host of the officials introduced the National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan 2013-2030 as what they referred to as deinstitutionalization as the reason that actually we are implementing national legislation. National legislation requires that we must not put people in institutions again. And I made it clear, but that's not what we have always understood. And they basically said the department is implementing that policy because all the provinces are required to implement that policy. So at that point, Council, I needed to make sure that I particularly speak to the national minister about this policy that I don't know about. I was not in the health area, and that they are justifying that the move to NGOs is based on the implementation of national policy.
Okay, so the explanation was given. That was the explanation. You say they. Does that include the MEC and Dr. Salabano?
So even though they themselves, if I recall very well, they didn't disagree with what the officials were explaining there. They didn't disagree, and I was particularly keen to understand that what those officials were explaining to me was is what the department was doing, and I made it clear that, but that's what we have discussed at the PBC. You are now introducing something that's called the national department. So, I mean, the national legislation. So obviously, I was clear that at the head of the department is the two officials who are now saying, the people who must explain this to you, Premier, why we are doing this. We brought our team here. They essentially, those officials were speaking on their behalf. They didn't distance themselves to what was being put forward there as the reason, a very strange reason, which was never brought to EXCO.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
They were present.
They were present. They were there. They did not. They led the delegation. The MEC said to me, Premier, I'm bringing the officials who will explain clearly because they are professionals. So they led the delegation. They were there.
Okay. And did the MEC or Dr. Salabano or anybody else say to you that the reason that the termination happened and people who moved to NGO was to save costs?
That matter never arose in that meeting. There was only one reason they were giving.
Okay, but you're aware that the MEC and Dr. Salabano have testified before the inquest and have said that cost was the reason. And in fact, that was what the MEC told the provincial legislature, that there's just no money. So that was not presented to you in this meeting.
It was not presented to me in this meeting, but because it wouldn't be true to me, who knows, that their budget was not cut. So that money was not removed for mental health. It was not removed. It couldn't be the reason.
Okay. Thank you. You expressed great sadness in the arbitration of what had happened regarding the catastrophe, as you put it. You also said in the arbitration that there were things that you could possibly have done. What could you have done to prevent this?
As I will continue to reflect, counsel, for the rest of my life. And I said one of those things is that to trust the word, just trust the word of the officials who have been appointed, that they bring information, they report to you, and then you take their word and they go and implement something else. It's something I wouldn't do. The second thing is, which I moved on to do subsequent to this tragedy, in the terms of the Premier's office project management capacity was increased to make sure that even though we wouldn't interfere in contracting and procurement, but the Premier's office, we established a project management and intervention team that subsequently, so departments come and present their story there, and we find that we got get behind that story to really, and the Premier's office essentially shepherding every department, especially those who have identified as being troubled department. That's what we did. I born out of this experience, just trusting the word of officials, including those you have appointed, can be detrimental, but also a hands-off approach that things will be done right, only to find that things have not been done right is also quite detrimental. And that's what we sought to improve. In the third thing I would say, the lesson about at which point do you have to make a decision really to hold people accountable. So, for example, I made this example, council, that at which point you want to suspend, or actually when you have the authority to remove people you have appointed when you have an investigation. That's one of the key issues that I reflected upon. That sometimes because I took the view that this investigation being done by the health ombuds, we need all the information and everybody must be held accountable. They must put their story there. The MEC, the HOD must put their story there. And in hindsight, that process, in terms of at which point you take decisions to either suspend and where is someone you have appointed remove. I'd said at the arbitration that's something I also drew important lessons about.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt you, Mr. Makhura, but we're more interested in what could have happened before this project got underway and the deaths. But I hear what you're saying. Let me just pick out from where you left off, which is about accountability and the Constitution that you referred to, that the members of the Executive Council are accountable collectively and individually.
Yes.
And we've heard throughout this inquest, as we did in the arbitration, officials saying, well, it was a collective decision. Now, I want to know from you, what does that mean for this court? What are you saying to this court when you refer to collective and individual responsibility? Does it mean there can be no individual responsibility for deaths?
Well, collective, let me talk first at the level of the executive. Every member of the executive is individually, first and foremost, individually and collectively responsible, individually on those things that are on their line of sight and area of responsibility, collectively on those things that we ourselves as a collective may have made decisions on. And I'm clear on this one, that not the PBC, not the Executive Council in Gauteng took a decision on termination of the contract or on the transfer of mental health users to NGOs. So I can't fault my executive on that. But let's come to the management. The Public Service Management Act is very, very clear, and the Public Service Act, not management. The Public Service Act and the Public Finance Management Act are very clear. At a political level, I'm also clear. I think it is also clear individually and collectively. And at a management leadership level, the law is also very, very clear about who should be held accountable on that. So Council, the notion that we are collectively responsible and nobody else is individually is absent.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Is absent.
Absent.
In other words, individuals can be held responsible.
Yes.
And in the arbitration, this is my final point to you now, Mr. Makhura. The Honorable Justice Moseneke put a question to you. It was towards the end. Let me just take a step back. You discovered this, what was going on. You say you had the meetings. You tried to get a picture of what was going on, right? And who was involved and how things had unfolded. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the arbitration, if I can ask you to turn to page 29835.
We just going checking through that, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you, Counsel. We are there.
So just above line 5, it says Arbitrator Justice Moseneke. And he says to you, do you know of any reason why people would lie to you, make representations, those under them act on the basis of representations made, and there are certain consequences that ensue that include death? Why they ought not to be held liable, even criminally? You probably may not have an answer to that, but I just thought in all fairness, I must put it to you. And then your response is, it's a fairly straightforward issue, Justice, that where the ... it is necessary for people to face criminal consequences for their actions were criminal. I have no doubt in my mind, no slightest doubt, that should be pursued. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you still hold that view?
I still hold that view.
My lady, I'm just looking through my notes. Those are all the questions I have for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Makhura.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Ms. Mjera?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Foster?
As God pleases, my lady, I also do not have any questions for this witness.
Mr. Sibara? Mr. Sibara and Mr. Makanye, are you there? Going to pass them. Ms. Saboko?
God pleases, my lady. I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela and Ms. Mahlapi?
Please the court, my lady. We have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Twaka? Ms. Twaka and Mr. Maiti?
May it please you, my lady, Ms. Maite, I have no questions for the witness.
Ms. Twaka? Going to pass it. Mr. Shabangu?
As it pleases the court, my lady, I just want to clarify one question, my lady. Just my seniors, they've not touched on it. It's actually the issue that involved on the meeting when the former premier was with the NEC and the officials in terms of the termination of the contract of Life Esidimeni. Just one issue.
Which meeting was that?
The one on September when the NEC came with the whole officials of health when the premier summoned the MEC to his office.
Yes. What is it that you want to clarify?
I just want to clarify this issue, my lady. It's only one issue. Whether did the premier or Mr. Makhura asked the MEC that why did they terminate the Life Esidimeni contract while the PBC was under the impression that they were going to reduce a number of beds in 20%. On that meeting, specifically on that meeting on September, when the whole health officials and the MEC were there.
Mr. Makhura,
My lady, I don't understand the question. Maybe you may help me, my lady, to understand what the question is.
Yes, let him rephrase it so that we can all understand it.
As a court basis, my lady, what I want to clarify, Mr. Makhura, is on that meeting when you summoned the MEC and she came with the whole health officials. Did you ask the MEC why did they terminate the Life Esidimeni contract, whilst on the last PBC, the impression that you got was that they are going to reduce the number of beds in 20%?
May I answer, my lady?
Yes, you may.
You might recall that I asked this fundamental question: how did the mental health care users end up in the NGOs when in fact your plan was you are reducing the beds in Life Esidimeni and you are going to accommodate these patients in departmental
institutions, yes.
Yes, that's the fundamental question that I put forward. And the answer, as I've already said, Council, the answer they gave was they were now implementing a national plan that was never part of any discussions we've had.
I think that clears it, Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Makhura.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I do not have questions for this witness.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Manamela, I hope he's not there. Mr. Profi, followed by Mr. Pichela.
As the court pleases, my lady, I do have one aspect in respect of the NGOs that I wish to canvass with the witness. Advocate Ms. Hasim had touched on it, but there's just she was interrupted, so there's just a point of clarity that I require from the witness.
If you can highlight that to us.
It's in respect of the timeline of when the PBC meeting happening and him becoming aware. The MEC speech in the legislature in respect of the NGOs, if his office had knowledge of that in 2015. That's
okay,
as far
as should I answer?
No. There's no question yet.
Okay.
Just listen to the question.
I first just want to give you context. I represent 3 NGOs in these proceedings. As I indicated, it's a very narrow aspect that I just seek your guidance to. You were taken to these pages, but I just want clarity in respect thereof. If I understand your evidence correctly, is PBC meets in 26 November 2014. And the MEC alleges a decision was made, you say no decision was made. That's not my point of interest. My point of interest is in respect of when you became aware of the NGOs. Mr. Sim had asked you that question. You said you only became aware of the NGOs in September 2016. We're still together?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we can turn to page 52409.
52409.
Correct, my lady. It is the Q&A in respect of the MEC on Monday, the 30th of November, 2015.
Something is wrong with your connectivity. I think there's an echo from your side. Please just check what could be either you are very close to your mic. I don't know what's happening then.
I've moved it further away. Is that any better, my lady?
Just continue, I'll tell you.
So, Premier, if we then go, I'm merely just indicating to you the date being the 30th of November 2015. My relevance begins at page 52410. You let me know when you're there.
I think it still persists.
Maybe shall I leave and
Please do.
We just, my lady, please bear with me. We're just checking.
No, it's fine. Council is also exiting the meeting. He'll be rejoining.
May I just confirm, my lady will give me direction on whether the echo persists?
Yes, I will. Let's. The witness was still trying to get the page.
We are there, my lady. Thank you.
Okay, continue, Mr. Prof.
My emphasis is just the bottom of the page being, remember, there are 2,000 patients currently housed by them, and the MEC claims that there are sufficient spaces within the existing hospitals, my emphasis, and with NGOs. I've spoken to the NGOs. They deny they have enough space, nor do they have the necessary specialized staff. What continues there for the interest of...
Just a second, Mr. Prof. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I didn't pick, where were you reading on this page? 52410.
At the very bottom, my lady, the second last page. Remember, there are the second last line, sorry.
Yes, okay. And then what is the question now?
And then I continued reading to the following page.
Yes.
And then merely to save time, they continue to discuss questions regarding NGOs. Then if we can go down to page, I just want you to see the MEC's response there too. Is if we can go to page 52414. The first, second paragraph over and above that. Now, my question is this.
Can he first look at this before you ask, or are you familiar with that, Premier?
I can see where counsel is, my lady.
Okay, you can ask the question, that's fine.
So we see that the MEC is publicly discussing NGOs. So my question then is, despite the MEC discussing the NGOs in the legislature, still you and anyone in your office was not aware from November 2015 until September 2016 that the users were indeed going to NGOs?
Counsel, may I answer? My lady?
Yes, you may.
At the arbitration hearings, this question arose. So currently there's two categories of NGOs, counsel. So there are NGOs that are currently accredited. They provide services. If you read what the question in the legislature is, because that was the question, and the MEC says there are NGOs that are currently providing services. They provide quality services. So by the way, Life Esidimeni itself is an NPO. They are accredited. So you are asking the NGOs. So my lady, there shouldn't be any confusion. So the NGOs to which patients were transferred and died, and it's very clear in the report, are NGOs that have never taken care of patients that are accredited by the provincial government, because there are those that there's no issue. They've been providing quality good care. So this question of the death in the NGOs doesn't affect any non-governmental or non-profit organizations that have been accredited by health and for years to provide this service or that service. Here, they have those that have been, and I'm saying to you that actually Life Esidimeni itself is a non-profit. It was established in that way as a non-profit. So the questions in the legislature, when the MEC was asked, so the question we are talking about is the NGOs that were, so in all the discussions that ever took place, it was always about we will take people who are currently in the other facilities that we are bringing them into the provincial institutions. So basically what I'm saying, Council, is that, so this issue of which category of NGOs are you talking about? It has always been these ones that have never been discussed with the PBC, that have never come to me. It's the ones that they essentially go, you're taking patients to institutions that have no capacity, they know nothing about taking care of patients. That's my explanation, my lady.
But what I don't understand, isn't it what we hear from your evidence is that at the PVC, what was referred to was transfer of patients from Life Esidimeni to departmental institutions. Now the question is, when we talk about departmental institutions, what are we talking about? But what I've always been understanding from your evidence was that these would refer to governmental institutions, which are referred to as state hospitals. There was no mention of NGO, whatever category.
That is true, my lady.
Mm.
But in the
how do we? Yes. How does one understand the explanation that you are giving now in relation to the responses that you just gave in your evidence?
It is very consistent, my lady. So that the focus of the departmental plan was to move patients into public departmental institutions. These are hospitals or community health centers.
Correct.
And some of these people would come from accredited NGOs.
Yes.
But the department would be moving them because it wants to take full responsibility.
Yes.
This doesn't refer to taking people to NGOs that were established for this, what is called this marathon project. So I am still consistent with my story. It's the focus of government, argued well by the department, supported by me when I met the union, is to increasingly bring more of these people from more of the patients, mental health care users, to state institutions because they can be well taken care of.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That remains the case.
Mr. Profi?
Do I understand your evidence correctly? Then you knew that they were going to existing accredited NGOs by 2015?
No, they were not going to those NGOs. I knew that there were patients in existing accredited NGOs.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you were not aware of what was going on in respect of the legislator, the new NGOs. You did not know that.
That never came to my attention, not reported in any formal meeting. And that's why I asked that question on the meeting of September. How did patients end up when they were supposed to end up in hospitals, as my lady correctly says? How did they end up in NGOs?
Okay. Then the last question would then be that the MEC is then discussing NGOs in the legislature without your knowledge.
Certainly.
That's the only question I had, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Profi. Mr. Pihlele?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I only have 3 questions.
Okay.
The questions arise from some of the questions that were posed before. The one that I'm interested in would be the powers of the Premier. The powers.
Yes.
In respect of this Life Esidimeni project.
Okay.
Then will be the question of there's just something that wasn't quite clarified in respect of this administration. They were saying that the health department was placed under administration at the time when Ms. Mahlangu was appointed. So I just wanted to find out there with regard to when did it end? Did it end automatically upon her appointment, or was it an ongoing process that ended at a later stage?
Did you listen to the evidence of Ms. Chris yesterday?
Yes, my lady.
I think, all right, unless I don't know how you're going to ask that question, but we have the answer on record from her evidence.
And then the last question.
Yes, my lady.
And I'm trying to avoid repetition of questions. That's yes.
Yes,
thank
correct,
you,
madam.
thank you, Mr. Makhura.
Yeah, that question was clearly answered yesterday.
And I don't know why is it that, what is it that he wants to establish with regard to that? No, it's fine. That is there. If you listen to that evidence attentively yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's possible because I had connectivity issues. And then the last one would be the issue of SADC.
I don't think it's your intention to repeat that question, but let's hear the others.
Yeah, the last one would be, I just wanted clarity in respect of that SADC case that was taken to court. Because in that matter, the Premier was cited as the 4th respondent, and that was in 2015. So obviously he came to knowledge of all these things that were happening and the challenges that were being mounted against the rollout. So I just want to give him an opportunity to clarify that aspect.
Yes. I'm also looking at the time. I'm worried if the Premier is available tomorrow, but I hope we're going to finish with his evidence today. All right.
Too late, my lady.
All right, thank you.
Premier, I represent 5 persons of interest in this matter who are part of NGOs, and my name is Provincial. The one question that I have for you is, was it possible for you to have intervened, maybe say to overturn this decision or to stop this rollout process at any stage?
Well, I assume, Council, by this process, you are not talking about what is a contract with Life Esidimeni. I have made it clear that there is the terrain that I can't enter. So by overturn this process or intervene, you mean the rollout of, the movement of patients from Life Esidimeni to NGOs. Is that what you are referring to? Maybe you should clarify. Intervene in what?
Or the termination of the contract, because the question is not clear. If you can be, it can be more specific, Mr. Pitlin.
Yeah, I'm talking about the termination of the contract. Now you have acquired knowledge that the department is engaged in termination of that Life Esidimeni contract. Is it within your scope of authority? That's essentially what I wanted to find out. Whether as the Premier you could have stepped in and said, stop this process of termination until maybe we have done proper research into the impact of it and so on.
Well, if the department, I first want to repeat, the Premier can always intervene, and you use the instruments of influence and leadership to say, but why can't you look at it this way? Why can't you look at it this way? But let me tell you, on matters of procurement, contracting, I don't have the power to do that. I actually don't even, I have emphasized at the arbitration, I discourage executive authorities to try and interfere on matters of procurement and contracting. So in this particular case, if you are referring to, if I was aware that the department actually is not doing what it said at the PBC it was doing, it's not doing that at that end, and they are honest about it. Would I have intervened? Intervene is a broad political instrument, but I wouldn't stop or interfere with the contracting issues council. I wouldn't.
So in a sense, it was outside of your authority.
The Public Finance Management Act makes it very clear that executive authorities must not be involved in matters of supply chain, procurement of goods and services, or contracting, or ending or terminating contracts. If there is another instrument to do that, it cannot be that I will put a hammer there. There isn't, the law doesn't allow me to do that.
Okay, no, fair enough. The last question I have for you is with regard to, first I want to find out if you are aware of the SADC challenge that was put against this transfer of patients, because you are cited in that case, in that application, as the fourth respondent, and that was in, I think the affidavits are in December 2015. I speak under correction, my lady, but the affidavits, when the matter actually came to court, might be a different date. But what I've been able to glean from the document is that you as the Premier were cited as the fourth respondent. And in that challenge, it outlines quite exhaustively the objections that the SADC had against the rollout of the Life Esidimeni contract itself and the transfer of patients.
I certainly was not involved. The Office of the Premier was not involved in that SADC case. I know, as a matter of fact, later that there were interventions by the DG of Health in trying to mediate between the department and different NGO players who were wanting to were taking the department to court. That issue was dealt with in the arbitration. I did not participate in the SADC case, and I was not aware. I make it clear again to this court, my lady, that I was not aware of the SADC case. Our legal team was not aware of the case.
The point being, Premier, that you are cited as the fourth respondent in that matter.
I certainly have answered, my lady, that I was not aware, and the legal team in the Premier's office did not participate in the proceedings or instruct anyone on that matter. I was not aware as the Premier.
Mr. Pickens?
I'm going to leave it there. That will conclude my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Late, do you have questions to the former Premier? Do you have questions for the witness?
Thank you, my lady. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Veselo, are you there? I see there is a hand. Oh, before I go to, thank you. I think there was a, is it Mr. Van Bergen? Those who reserved their cross-examination. It was Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, before I go to Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. There are no questions from me.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Not so much a question, just a correction, and nothing turns on it. But just for the sake of accuracy, the witness, Mr. Makhura, testified that Life Esidimeni was an NPO, meaning a non-profit organization. That is not correct. Life Esidimeni was at all times a registered company that had a profit motive. So just to correct that, and as I said, nothing turns on it.
Okay. So you don't expect the witness to answer?
No, my lady. I think it's a matter of public record.
Okay. Thank you. Whose hand is that? I saw there was a hand. Okay. Whose hand is that? Please lower your hand if you're okay. Mr. Hodes, before
Lady,
I come to you.
apologize.
Yes. Do you have a question?
2 points of clarity arising from the cross-examination of Ms. Hassan, Mr. Profi, and Mr. Piklela. If I can just put the 2 points, I'll be very, very brief. I can
Before
assure
I
you,
come to
ladyship.
you, we have
Thank you,
Mr. Veselo and Ms. Kekana. Are they there? No response. I'm going to pass them. Yes, Mr. Odias.
Thank you. My lady, I'll be very brief, I can assure you. Sir, you were present at the meeting with NEHAWU on the 5th of November 2015. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
At that meeting, the close of Life Esidimeni and SABC clinic were discussed. And do you confirm that?
Yes, and I've explained it, Council.
And I want to put you that at that meeting, the issue of NGOs was also discussed. Do you have any comment?
It is not the case. It's not true.
I also want to put to you that the issue of NGOs was disclosed in a press release by Steve Mabona on 5 October 2015 in the Gauteng, on behalf of the Gauteng legislature. Do you confirm that?
I'm not aware of the statement, but I have explained, my lady, I have explained the Department of Health has not presented at any of our formal meetings.
21
you said the 5th of October.
Your answer would remain the same. I made a mistake, my lady. It's 21 October. 21 October 2015.
And what
and
is
then
the response?
Finally, it arose from Ms. Hassan and it arose that he is unaware of it, my lady.
Okay.
You did say that. Is that correct, sir? And my final issue,
my lady,
is
yes. Just a second, Mr. Odes.
My lady, I also did say that it wasn't brought to any formal meeting of government.
Thank you. Mr. Odes.
Thank you. I didn't. The last issue, sir, arises from Mr. Biklela's questions to you. My instructions are that the PBC made the decision to terminate Life Esidimeni's contract and had the power to stop that termination and reverse it if they wanted to. Do you have any comment on that, sir?
My lady, I would like at this point to say I have indicated what the PBC can do. I have also, to this court, I've also indicated that the PBC did not make any such decisions. And I do at this point also want to emphasize that there is no structure of the provincial government, the executive or the PBC that took that decision. Because if that was the case, it would have been communicated differently, my lady, in line with section 140 of the Constitution, because counsel has been insisting about his instruction, I make this point that there is no such decision made, because a decision of that nature, which would have been made, would have had in line with section 140, subsection 1 and subsection 2. That decision would have been, if I may read, my lady, if you allow me.
Yes, we can quickly, please.
That a decision, so here we're talking about executive decision, because I have heard the repeat of this, that a decision of any such a decision would have been by the Premier would have to be in writing if it is taken in terms of legislation or it has legal consequences. And secondly, that is subsection 2, a written decision by the Premier must be countersigned by another Executive Council member if that decision concerns a function to that other member of council. And let me explain who are the, so there are 2 members of the Executive Council who would have to countersign with me. One is the MEC responsible for that function, which is MEC Mahlangu. And number 2, because it has, it's about finances, MEC Chris would have had to countersign. And that, the only evidence you would be able to say there was such a decision is if it is communicated in writing, and I say either signed by me, in writing communicated, or countersigned with these 2 relevant MECs. And that's why I said from the beginning there was no such decision made.
Thank you.
Even if it would have been illegal, we would have at least taken an illegal decision, which we didn't do, but we would have co-signed that decision. So it was never taken by any structure, and not by myself, not by the PBC.
Thank you. Mr.
I
Hodis?
understand on borrowed time. I'll leave the rest for argument, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Mkhari?
Sorry, my lady, to interrupt.
Thank you, my lady.
Oh, Mr. Pinar, you said you reserved your cross-examination.
As the court pleases, my lady. Sorry, Mr. Makhura, to interject before you. I have a few questions, my lady, but they do not require, it's basically to elicit clarification or elucidation from the witness, Mr. Makhura, but it will be, most of the issues have been dealt with by my colleagues in their cross-examination, so I'm going to be straightforward with my questions.
Which questions are those, so that we should know?
The lady is regarding the Premier's office and his the situation, whether there was a steering committee, and the questions are aimed at clarification in that regard. That's all, my lady. They only I'll put straightforward short questions, my lady.
Yes, but we don't know what those questions are all about. So it's about the steering committee, the other one?
My lady, the other one is regarding the litigation that was referred to by Mr. Pitlela. I just want clarity on a certain aspect there, and that should basically.
So what is that special, a certain aspect?
And then there's one more aspect regarding the Lekgotla in February 2016, and that should basically conclude my.
I don't want us to take too much time, but you know you must give an outline of your cross-examination. Continue, please.
May it please the court, my lady. Mr. Makhura, good day or good afternoon. I do not intend to be long. I'm going to endeavor to put my questions to you, only requiring a yes or a no answer.
Your introduction?
And
did you introduce yourself?
I'm Advocate W.F. Pinar, representing the Ms. Hannah Jacobus, a Deputy Director General in the Gauteng Department of Health in the Mental Health Division or section. The first question, Mr. Makhura, if I understand understood your evidence correctly, you never appointed a steering committee from your office to investigate the cancellation or termination of the Life Esidimeni service level agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the termination of the service level agreement with Life Esidimeni was, if I understood your evidence correctly, effected by the MEC and the head of department of the Gauteng Department of Health, Dr. Selebano. Is that correct?
What I have testified is that that termination letter was signed by the accounting officer. That for sure is the evidence that this court is aware of. And I know that the accounting officer is the only one who's got the authority, as I've said, in accordance with the PFMA. That's what I make reference to.
I don't understand you. Are you saying the termination letter was signed by the accounting officer?
The accounting officer, yes. That termination letter, my lady.
And who was the accounting officer?
Dr. Selebano.
Oh, okay. Continue.
For Dr. Selebano to act, would he do it individually in his own capacity as head of department or with the consent of the MEC, Ms. Mahlangu?
With due respect, Council, that is the question you should not be asking me. I have answered the point of law. It was signed by somebody who had the authority to take that action, and for that I can't I can't. The consequences is something else, but it was signed by someone who had the authority to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Makhura. Then,
just a second. I think there is an objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, I didn't note you.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I raised my hand halfway through the Premier's answer.
Yes, that's why I'm apologizing to say I didn't pick that up.
I think what I wanted to raise, he's probably actually given us in his answer. So I don't want to delay the matter. I won't make any objection at this point. Perhaps I'll come back at a later stage of this line.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pinar, proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. Mr. Makhura, did the National Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, appoint a steering committee?
Yes, so at this is when the steering committee was put in place, Council. So I made reference to the meeting I held with the minister, and the minister reported to me that he has appointed the health ombuds and the advisory committee is looking into the matter. But once the health ombuds has completed the investigation and made recommendations, the minister and I had a joint steering, we established a joint steering committee headed by the DG of Health and the DG in the office of the Premier in Gauteng. That's the only steering committee that the minister and I established to implement now all the recommendations from the report of the health ombuds. That's the only steering committee.
And that was in February 2017, correct?
Yes, after the release of the report, you are right.
Thank you, Mr. Makhura. Now, you've indicated, Mr. Makhura, you had no knowledge of the High Court application that was launched in December 2015. That's correct, eh?
Correct.
Did anybody have a mandate or authorization to act on your behalf in that particular litigation? In the Department of Health, the Gauteng Department of Health?
Certainly no. And this we have established that whoever the Department of Health appointed to act on their behalf was not given the mandate to represent the office of the Premier by the legal unit in the office of the Premier. That evidence has been submitted, my lady.
Yes, thank you.
My lady. Mr. Makhura, last issue. At the Executive Council Lekgotla in February 2016, was there any discussion or reference made to termination of the Life Esidimeni service level agreement?
Well, Council, it would be strange to make any reference to termination of contracts because in an Executive Council Lekgotla, the Executive Council Lekgotla does not discuss any such matters. It discusses the priorities.
So the answer is no.
No.
So the answer is no, thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady, I have no further questions to Mr. Makhura.
Thank you, Mr.
Your ladyship.
Before I allow Mr. Mkari, Mr. Martin, do you want to make your point now before Mr. Mkari continues?
I don't need to, my lady. I had an issue with the question of the termination letter. It's never been in dispute that Dr. Selabano drafted that termination letter, or at least signed that termination letter. And there's nothing improper about terminating a contract. That's not what this is about. It's about whether or not something was improper overall in the decision making. So I have nothing at this stage that I need to place.
Thank you. Mr. Mkari.
Thank you, my lady. I'll be brief. Just maybe 2 or 3 questions.
Yes.
Mr. Makhura, Mr. Pitlela and Mr. Pinar have asked you about that application which was brought by SADC, which you have already testified that you had no knowledge of. Just to conclude this part, I'd like you to go to the evidence that you say has been presented to this court. It will be page 1867. It is the affidavit of Ms. Advocate Gert Gate from, that is the Chief Director, State Law Advisory Services in your office. And in that affidavit, he makes it clear that there was no such instruction given by the Premier's office. Do you confirm?
Yes, Counsel, that's the piece of evidence I was referring to earlier.
Yes, Mr. Hodes referred you to the NEHAWU meeting, and he said that the issue of NGO came up in that meeting. You had already testified that it did not, but I'd like you to clarify your evidence in respect of at what point did you leave that meeting that you had and how? You have testified it, but just make it clear.
I do, thank you, Counsel. I do like to reiterate, my lady, that as I testified earlier, in the meeting between myself, NEHAWU, and the officials of government from the Department of Health and my office, and I did say that MEC Chrissy I invited her to that meeting just in case there are any issues pertaining to finance. I do want to reiterate, Counsel, that in that meeting there was The meeting ended actually much quicker than I thought, because NEHAWU raised its issues. I explained to NEHAWU first on behalf of government. I also gave the department an opportunity to report. There was no NGOs raised in there, but NEHAWU raised its issues in there, and the department raised the issues. But the key conclusion, the department basically said, Premier, there's no need for you to convene us and NEHAWU to come and discuss these issues about their employees. We have a process, we're engaging with the unions. Yes, it is about, we've started discussions with the unions about transferring people to departmental institutions. We have informed the unions about that. And I basically said to the union, there's no way NEHAWU can be opposed to.
Yeah, I'm aware, sorry, just to interject. I'm aware of that evidence. What I wanted you to clarify is, at what point did you leave the meeting? I want you to clarify whether the meeting was dissolved with everybody going away, or whether it was you leaving them behind. And so that's what I want you to clarify. It may not have come out clear to people. That's what I wanted to clarify.
And I think he has answered. Perhaps maybe we should move on, because from his evidence, he said he left the meeting earlier.
I left it as soon as they said they would continue dealing with the issues. There was no need for me to bring them together. They will, and the detail I gave, I said, okay, so you guys can remain sorting out yourselves. I don't have to be here. And they agreed.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's
you may
the part
proceed
that,
then. And if I understood your evidence, just you said that the issue of the NGOs was not mentioned.
It was not mentioned, my lady.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yes. And lastly, thank you, my lady. And lastly, Mr. Hodes referred you to one Mr. Steve Mabona, and he said something like Mabona even issued, I don't know whether he said press statement. He gave you the date, he said 21 October 2015. I want to find out if as to who is Steve Mabona, because it was not explained who Steve Mabona is.
If I remember well, at that time, he was the spokesperson of the Department of Health.
So he was not your spokesperson?
No, and spokespersons don't send statements to me to ratify before they issue their statements. It's like MECs don't send me their replies to the legislature before they reply to the legislature on the day that they appear there. I don't have to be there. I might be working somewhere else. I go there to answer my questions. So they don't need. So Mabona, that statement, whether it's there or not, I'm not dealing with that. If he issued it, that matter was never brought to any structure of the executive to change course, to say we are now changing course. We are no longer moving people to hospitals. We are moving them to NGOs.
Thank you. Mallory, that concludes the re-examination.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Makhura, for availing yourself. You are therefore excused. I see it's now 4:08. The proceedings are therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning. Ms. Hasim, are we having somebody tomorrow?
Yes, my lady, Professor Robertson will be ready to testify tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much. The proceedings are adjourned. Tomorrow is the 25th of May, 2023. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
As it pleases you.
As the court pleases.